active speaker view. Gallery view will have everybody in a grid. An active speaker view will have the speaker larger. Hopefully you can find it.
Yes. Got it.
Great, thank you.
Hi, Amanda. How are you?
Hi, Anna. I'm good. How are you?
Ready? You ready?
Yeah, I had some camera issues, but they seem to be all sorted out, so that's good.
Perfect. Okay.
So Kyle, I think we're live.
Yep, you are up and running. I'm just gonna go.
So I'm gonna close YouTube and that's it. I'm just gonna.
Yep, just keep the Zoom account up and then you're good to go.
Thank you.
Yeah. The last thing that you just need to make sure is to record, but then you are rocking and rolling.
Let me record. Let me close all of this. And I'm recording on my own, or you want me to record somewhere else? Just
if you just record it onto your computer, and then we'll create like a folder in the Google Drive.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, we're good.
And then I just sent you Forrest and my phone numbers. Say anything does go wrong, just shoot us a text or give us a call, and we'll be able to troubleshoot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect.
You're great.
Awesome.
You can go to other people now. Thank you so much.
Where were you for my first class? Where were you for my first class? Oh my God.
Kyle is a rare man. I'm so happy he's in my studio. I'm like, I'm already feeling anything can happen.
Disaster.
Flat tire. I was like, Kyle, you need to help me. Thank you.
Yep. Have a
Okay, so thank you all for being here. We are up to a long conversation, and it's fantastic for all of you to be joining. I will ask you to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, if that is okay. Starting from who I see next to me, who is Martin Summer. Then I'll call you out.
Marty Summers, University of Kentucky. I'm an associate professor of architecture, and I run Plus Some Studio, and that's good enough.
That's good enough. Fantastic. Jasmine.
Hello, everyone from Milwaukee. Jasmine Benyamin, associate professor of architecture, University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, and on sabbatical and having the pleasure of teaching one of the 4 tracks this semester.
I know we're very, very excited. Barbara Bestor.
Hi, here from Los Angeles. I am I'm not teaching right now, but I run something called the Julia Shulman Institute for Woodbury, and I'm on the SCI-Arc board.
And Gabriel Esquivel.
Hi, I am an associate professor of architecture at Texas A&M University. Hi.
Oh, good to see you here. Alejandro Hernandez.
Hi, how are you? I'm from Mexico City. I'm the editor of Arquine magazine and teaching at Universidad Iberoamericana.
John McMorrough, by the way, thank you for being here. At some point, I have to give you a break to have lunch. I don't know when lunch was.
I keep sneaking out. Yeah. So I'm John. I teach at the University of Michigan, and I, with my colleagues, also associate professor.
And food delivery in about a minute. Dinner delivery. Yeah.
We're gonna also
Central Time.
Actually, I brought cake for this review.
So. Oh man, that's for Elena's birthday. That's for Elena's birthday.
Happy birthday, Elena.
For my calories as well. Lance Collins should be joining us. I'm not completely sure. Yes, I see him connecting actually. No, that's Eric Ganoy. But anyway, Lance Collins, director of Partner Energy, president of SoCal NOMA. And I think this concludes our jury. We are gonna watch, I think we have 5 reviews today. And so we have many students. The students are in both my team and an Neimark team. And so you will see a mix of the two. And we'll start with the first one. That is Anna Neimark students, Amanda KOTCH.
Hello. Yes. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the home office. When your interior space contains such a fresh bunch of wires and cables and inlets and not enough outlets, extension cords and batteries and blankets and loaves of bread, the scanner with the toaster and the kettle by the printer, the foam to be milled beside the foam roller that never gets used, a shrine to Bob Smith Industries under the shade of the devil's ivy. When it contains the stuff of 2 rooms in the space of just 1, you must be in the space of the home office. This hybridization may sound familiar, but the home office of 2020 is not the home office of 2019. The year has seen the home office take hold of our collective consciousness in a peculiar way, as we hastily and haphazardly attempted to reconfigure our domestic spaces to make room for the infiltration of the office into the space of the home. The new home office is in the early stages of its evolution. Unoptimized, pre-standardized. The boundary between what was once thought to be work and what was once thought to be life has been effaced. We often no longer have the luxury to think in terms of either or. This is both and. This equals that. A process of dissolution familiar to decades past, now hastened by present conditions, renders our private lives entwined with our public identities. The home office has become a site of entanglement. To entangle via the OED is defined here as to involve in surroundings that impede movement or from which extrication is difficult. No doubt in this new landscape, the experience of entanglement is felt as a very real result of present events impeding freedom of movement and a culture that demands we stay turned on, tuned in, and perma-connected around the clock. Yet, in order to identify the specific conditions of entanglement in the home office, we must first attend to the background. We are currently here at the site of this investigation, my parents' garage. Working on site to build out the home office, background is studied and staged. It is through these variations on the theme of background, and by placing actions and objects conventionally determined to be unworthy of close attention at center stage, that the illustrated experience of our entanglement is made visible. The first manifestation of background we attend to at the home office is our collection of everyday appliances. In this new landscape, the domestic interior is overtaken by the tools necessary for the production of work. Often, in our pursuit of hyper-productivity, the tools themselves are overlooked. Here, the focus is on a different kind of content. We identify 8 of these objects that one might typically find in the space of the home office and center them as subjects. They are the lamp, the coffee maker, the microwave, the kettle, the 3D printer, the fan, the 3D printer, and the paper shredder. In the design of the home office, each of these 8 characters enters the site of the garage. They are arranged in a 9-frame grid. And yet, the home office comes together not through formal means, but through the interconnectivity of the domestic apparatuses. The arrangement of objects becomes of greater importance in the creation of space and determination of program than the erection of walls. The script of the thesis at work plays itself out, as we are witness to plugging things in and turning on lights and making coffee and printing out images and drinking coffee and shredding paper and boiling water and making tea and drinking tea and printing objects and plugging things in and trying to cool down and making lunch. An effort to visualize an alternative production cycle illuminates the interconnectedness of things. A loop emerges, and we find ourselves entangled. As a home may not be a house, a garage may not be a parking spot. One might recall the once unified, highly idealized, transportable standard of living package of decades past. Marketed in all its Baroque glory as a means to freedom, the collection of domestic gadgets has become messy and fragmented and not so transportable. We find ourselves restrained, trapped in the 2020 emergence of something like a bizarre inverted Panem's panopticon. The idea of the pano offers certain possibilities, though, worth pursuit. The word panopticon comes from the Greek panoptes, meaning all-seeing. Through this lens, the nature of not only a physical entanglement, but a psychological one as well, comes into focus. We exist at the center of a constant reminder that we are alone together, when day after day we are made to watch ourselves watching ourselves. As a representational technique, the panorama becomes of interest. Building upon the developed surface drawings, which use the logic of unfolding to represent interior space, the home office illustrates the condition of entanglement in the new interior. A kind of infinite panorama presents an alternative view wherein the elevation unfolds not only spatially, but temporally as well. The temporally unfolded surface becomes a space in which we might begin to address distortions to time and space, felt as qualities of our entanglement. A space where standards of production might begin to be reevaluated. Visualization of the accelerated entanglement of work and life leads to a broader juxtaposition worth mention, the COVID era and the Victorian. Our present condition contrasts with an earlier one, a time of confusion between facadism and authenticity, wherein the evolution of programmatic type resulted in precisely the sharp disentanglement of specialized programs from one another in space. Today, the domestic interior has devolved into its multi-purposeness, specialization replaced by hybridization. Regardless of classification on the evolutionary circle, defining a standard of living and constructing one's identity through the accumulation and arrangement of objects remains a common theme. Here, entanglement manifests not only through background as appliances, but background as wallpapers as well. Wallpaper enters the space of the home office, rendering entanglement through flatness and ornamentation. Existing in various forms for centuries, of particular interest here is a brief history of wallpaper and its deception, beginning with William Morris. Morris and the arts and crafts movement he pioneered fashioned themselves as quite contrary to the era's industry. Despite advocating for a slowed pace of production, his patterns infiltrated the domestic interior on a mass scale, much like electric gadgets a few decades later. Then, as now, his wallpapers make their way into the space of the home office. Wallpaper's popularity for interiors led to its inclusion in other forms of popular culture. Near the end of the 19th century, Charlotte Perkins Gilman publishes her short story, The Yellow Wallpaper. In the work, background is reimagined a subject, and wallpaper becomes a character in the conceptualization and visualization of the protagonist's psychological state. Illustrative of many familiar oppressions, one might classify her experience in part as one of entanglement. As we move into the present, we look to the work of Kehinde Wiley, an artist directly influenced by both Morris and Gilman. Here, wallpaper moves beyond metaphor, performing the act of entanglement, as patterns delaminate from the background and project into the fore. melting together with powerful centrally depicted subjects. In a similar manner, the Home Office illustrates entanglement through delamination and animation of surfaces assumed to be flat. Irrespective of a pattern's contents, wallpaper has always been a storyteller, a space maker, and a tool of deception. What is of interest to the space in particular is not only the patterns and prints depicted in these papers, but the way that the papers perform. In its conventional analog form, wallpaper is a thing attached to a wall, an indicator of the presence of the wall, and a tool to mask any cracks or stains or imperfections that might exist in the built structure. As wallpaper enters the space of the digital, its repertoire becomes much more complex. The cracks and stains become piles of clutter, dirty laundry, stacks of dishes, roommates, parents, children, or camping gear and cases of beer, and all the junk in the space of my parents' garage. We find ourselves in the presence of an object designed to mask and distract from that which we wish to conceal, while allowing for spatial manipulation and aesthetic construction, the green screen, the newly favored wallpaper of 2020. Chroma key functions as a tool wherein we are able to explore not only physical space, but digital space too, as a space of entanglement. Oscillating between dimensions, caught in a limbo of this equals that, as William Morris's Willow Bough becomes Gucci's Geometric G, becomes My Two Pare's O2O, becomes House of Hackney's Peoneden, becomes Thomas Demann's Ivy, becomes Madeleine Castaign's Frère Lyon, becomes Sarah Lucas's Tits in Space, becomes Andy Warhol's Cow, becomes Hermes's Panier, becomes William Morris's Trellis. The experience of the yellow wallpaper brought into the space of the virtual. And yet, the virtual world is linked to physical things and has physical challenges. Application and manipulation of the green screen illuminates the destabilization characteristic of this current space. As planes of vision and grounds of habitation are compressed through the digital interface, we begin to comprehend the technological limitations of the screen as a spatial environment, are provoked to question the nature of the real as consumed by the virtual, and experience the viewing of oneself elsewhere. And in the home office of 2020, what is it that exists at the center of the daily ritual? And what becomes of the hearth? And what becomes of the body in the space? What is the nature of the subject embedded in the screen? And ultimately, what do we make of our entanglement? Thank you.
So I'll just start. I really love it, but I love it like I love a sketch on Saturday Night Live as a performance. Like, I mean that sincerely. Like, I feel like it's a, you know, I assume you're in your parents' garage right now, and that's this live studio. And so I think as a like live performance, I think it's really great. Like, I think it's super fantastic. I'm sort of wondering, yeah, I don't know. It's like it's a little performance piece. And so it's, I don't know, done in real time. It's specific to the situation. I think those are all great qualities. Reminds me of like early, like Laurie Anderson sort of era video art, where you have a sort of things around you and you hold it up to the camera and you announce its name. And that's where its sort of meaning comes from. And so I don't know, like I could ask questions about it, and I will eventually, but I also just think it's like interesting as a piece, because I think I point to its performative quality because I don't think there's a result in the way that we would normally expect a thesis 6 months ago. Like you didn't design a wallpaper and you didn't invent chroma key, and so there's a kind of like a manufacture of the situation, or a telling of the performance seems to be the thesis, not its repeatability or its enactment at another scale. Do you think, is that fair, would you say?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, throughout this process, I think we've been encouraged, and I've tried to take on the idea of allowing the thesis to adapt and to kind of evolve in its own right. And I think it just kind of, the place that it ended up now, it's certainly a portrait of a moment in time. But I think I wanted the thesis to be, especially in this moment, a space to maybe provoke questions more so than supply the answers, maybe be a space of conversation around some of my interests as they relate to the current moment. So yeah, I would absolutely, hey, there we go. Yes, amazing. Yeah.
Yes, I'm with you.
Yeah. Oh, so good.
Did you work there though? Like, did you work in the garage?
I worked back and forth. I was probably here like 75% of the time. Still, I have the lease on my place that's across the street from SCI-Arc until next week. And my computer is set up there. So if I needed to kind of go into a space and edit some things, I was fortunate enough to have that space to get away, but I was here a lot of the time, yeah.
I also just, and I'll cede the floor to my colleague forthwith, but also just like, because it seems entirely autobiographical. It's like your version of the home office isn't like Staples' version of the home office. Like your 45% of your office is devoted to the consumption of caffeine in various forms. Like that's not, usually you get one, but not three. And so I think it's very much an architecture student's home office, as opposed to like, because when you started, I thought it's gonna be like, oh, this is gonna be cultural commentary about like how we all work and all the time, and it's intensified in Corona, but it's really like quite autobiographical in the sense of like where your priorities are and what this thing is, which I think is quite interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And also because of the way that you really feel this idea of like the home office becoming a space where it has the stuff of 2 rooms in the space of 1. I mean, I think, maybe a lot of times people who have a space for a home office, they have a space to kind of keep it neat and tidy. But this act of having to really rapidly move out of studio and take all of that shit that was like on our space and bring it into wherever we're living. I mean, I have the garage, but like a lot of times it's a studio apartment, so I think it's definitely a reflection of that experience in a way. Yeah.
I really like the project. I think the project, so we've seen other projects before in the jury before that were also, in a sense, taking the issue of being autobiographical, which I think is really very interesting, and provocative, because it's really the reflection of our times that perhaps, like you said, months earlier the project would have never been like that. Would have expected some other sort of products or a byproduct of the research. But I really love the idea about sort of exposure of that really, and really questioning or sort of, establishing a conversation about what we do now, what's happening with our lives and how the way we organize it, rather than thinking about something else. And in a sense, the kind of patterning really sort of sets the mood in a way And I like I really like the connection because more from Morris, because a lot of the times what happened then was really the idea that the Victorian room was really the collection of all kinds of objects that reflected your culture. So you have to have objects from different places to indicate that you have traveled, that you were exposed, etc. So here's really a different thing. There's really a collection of personal objects that are indispensable for sort of performing your life, right? So I really like that correlation of, you know, it was about the identity of the person that was inhabiting and the way the room was projecting that idea, right? So then suddenly the room, that sort of place of work and living and habitation really becomes at the epicenter of the negotiation of what we think about architecture. So I really love, you know, the comparison. I really like the project, yeah.
Thank you.
I would also say the thing that struck me as the strongest part is the kind of reversal that you're doing, where I mean, you can see with my graduate thesis 2020 background here, I have blocked out my environment. But in a typical Zoom meeting, I'll have project images or things that I find interesting behind me. And so it's also, there's a kind of collapse of day-to-day work life with social media life, where you're projecting out as much as you are kind of disguising or hiding in some way. And so in your project, I think what's most interesting is the commonplace things are actually foregrounded, and you're trying to hide the things that we would normally prefer to foreground. And so that reversal is very interesting. And I think it gets even more interesting when you start to project the patterns then onto it, because now you're kind of in a non-space. So you're in this very real space as you zoom out, which is your parents' garage. But ultimately, the thesis seems to be about this strangeness of both a collapse of personal space and public space, but also how there's now no separation between work and life. And so basically everything is now online, just as we are currently live on SCI-Arc Live. There is no distinction anymore, right? And I think that it kind of foregrounds it, and as Gabe was saying, in a very personal way.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess I have a question for Amanda. Hi.
Hi.
Do you think that this is a girls' project?
Oh,
you
what
had
a
this sort of, I mean,
question.
you had the sort of cutouts of the dresses and is it a gendered project? Is it a feminine project? Is it a, do you think a guy would have brought up the yellow wallpaper as a precedent?
I would like to think so, but the answer is probably no. No, that's not entirely true. I don't know. I mean, I really appreciate your question, and it's definitely something that I've thought a lot about. I mean, we think about William Morris, like the kind of precedents that I bring up of William Morris and Charlotte Perkins Gilman and Kehinde Wiley. And when I've been thinking through those, I've definitely been thinking of like, what is the feminist part of this project? But it wasn't really something centralized in the presentation. I don't know. I don't think I have a very clear answer for that, but definitely something to think about.
I mean, the reason I ask is I think, you know, it's one of those things. So we as women, we produce certain products that we know have a certain gender identity to them. And yours is quite explicit, but you don't want to talk about it. So in other words, the whole narrative of the women's interior, you know, I was thinking of Weal's paintings, right? The interiority of the interior and the covered walls, and you know, that wallpaper was also very associated with a kind of feminine space, but not entirely. I was thinking of Martha Rossler's cooking show.
Semiotics of the kitchen.
Semiotics of the kitchen.
Yeah.
But then I was thinking, so what's the takeaway? In a way, it's a radically feminist project because you're not letting us consume anything. I mean, the body can't be consumed, the fern can't be consumed, the 3D printer, there's nothing to consume. There's no recipe, there's no image to rest on, there's no objects. If you were to compare it, for example, to like an Off-White show, or I was thinking of Cool House's content show in like 2002 or 3, where you had all these stickers and, you know, tchotchkes and t-shirts that you could buy and take with you, you know. And so it's like anti-teleological. There is no end result, at least that is consumable within the discourse of architecture that we're familiar with, right? There might be some other things that we can consume in, as John was talking about, in the performing of the performance. And in that sense, it's very erratic because, you know, I suppose it's recorded, so, you know, but in theory, you are the stage actor, you're not the film actor. So it's going to be very hard for you to replicate it again. So maybe that's sort of a thing. It's a sort of unique work of art. But I just wonder what are you contributing to the discourse of architecture? And I want you to think about that really seriously in terms of your authorship as a woman, because whether you want to or not, you can't escape it. That's not to say that all your projects have to be, you know, female or whatever, you know, like they don't have to necessarily identify as gendered, but I think given the subtexts and the texts that you chose, it's something that needs to sort of be either addressed at the beginning, like, yeah, that's there, and I'm putting it over here because I want to talk about this, you know. So those are my thoughts.
No, oh, go ahead.
No, please.
I mean, I was just going to say that I think I'm a bit stuck as to how to speak about it, but that's not to say that it's something that I haven't considered. Of course, in my research, I've been reading a lot of feminist texts, the yellow wallpaper being one of those that comes into the presentation. And I don't think I can like vocally express how I'm thinking about that and engaging with that and pushing forward with that right now. But for sure, it's in my head, and I will continue to think about that.
Same area, different category. Can you just ally a bit the relationship between the concept of home office and the concept of the wallpaper? Like they tie together through the green screen. So I think there's a kind of continuity. Do you think they're of a piece? Because they seem to deal with like two kinds of frameworks. One of just domesticity in terms of living and working and their hybridity. And the other one has to do with like decor. The home office, I'm going to make some broad generalizations, isn't usually considered within the Barbara's office aside, it's usually not considered within the discourse of aesthetics, but more like pragmatic function. And so it's interesting because you bring the sort of the prosaic and the aesthetic, you seem to bring together with the notion of home office and wallpaper. I'm just curious, like it's almost that they're contradictory makes it interesting, but did you see them as somehow related in a way that escapes me?
Well, I guess I don't think I'll be able to answer everything that you just put forward, but on the one hand, when I was doing a lot of the research and research into the Victorian period, the kind of idea of, as it comes into the project, it's discussed in terms of it being background, but these kind of two primary manifestations in the project. So there are the appliances, typically the electrical appliances, and there are the wallpaper. And everything that I kind of came up with, or documentaries I watched, articles I read, things like this, talk about those two things kind of coming into the domestic space, like very strongly and very rapidly at the same time. And so for better or for worse, I'm not trying to make the project a Victorian project, but I think there are a lot of interesting comparisons that can be made between that time and now with this sort of dramatic influx. And then they both kind of contribute to this idea of a standard of living. So the standard of living at that time was defined as how many electrical objects you had in your house and what wallpapers you had on your walls. And those were kind of the big two. So
I just want to offer another appreciation of this line of research and offer a suggestion. This thing about like wallpaper being feminine, I want to offer a counter to that. Maybe, yeah, looking at the decadent movement, which is happening about the same time. And I referenced the Yellow Book, which is the Du Rebord by Johannes Karl Haussmann. And it's a book all about a house. It's a guy who's a collector who never leaves his house. So the whole book is a careful description of his curation of his interiority. That's where I think the wallpaper and the green screen all loops back in super interesting ways. And I think for me, the originality of the research is that you've connected it through the Victorian, so that this isn't like this novel situation, but you find these resonances. I think that's super fascinating. I think the one thing formally, and I'll have to say, I expressed my enthusiasm because I did a green screen studio 5 years ago. So I'm like super on board. But I think the one thing that you could explore based on your interest in wallpaper is wallpaper, especially in the Victorian era, doesn't cover everything. There's chair rails, there's molding, there's certain demarcations where it doesn't exist. And I think now, like in your green screen mode, sort of the most interesting things are the figural occlusion of your printer and your fan. And I think there could be some willful selection of what is green and what is not green as a way forward of thinking about coverages and partial coverages as opposed to totalizing. Like I think right now that you see wallpaper as totalization, and I think wallpaper could exist in adjacencies, or, you know what I mean? There's a way you could take a formal project through your own references and go have, you know, continue to work on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are many things I can imagine doing next, but that definitely seems to be a great suggestion of where to go.
I feel like something I see a bunch in this project is sort of a different thing, which is the kind of discussion of architectural space as a background for media, you know, what, and I'm thinking of like Sylvia Levin and Kissing Architecture and the idea of, you know, the gallery or the building as a surface of projection. That seems to be, to me, what the whole green screen flexibility is sort of related to more. Maybe it does come into a domestic scale, but I'm not really seeing the collection of objects as being that big of an architectural topic, because it seems more, you know, it's consumer culture. Maybe it's in that collector world of Roland Barthes, Walter Benjamin discussions, you know, more throwbacky stuff. But I think that the people peering into their screens on Zoom things, or like Eric right now has ink patches on his face, or whatever. Like that, or we all are suddenly in like multimedia art projects as we do Zoom meetings, and that I think is interesting. But I kind of agree with John that I'd like to see more things done with that, you know, or like the either more criticality or more kind of like ways of thinking about organizing the space itself, to just sort of displaying the ersatz aspects.
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember with your presentation, the essay by Mark Wigley's on Le Corbusier Loi de Ripollin, where he says that if we paint everything in white, space will be brought out of construction. So you can see clearly space if it's white, and you can see it if it's with a lot of details and colors and things like that. So in a way, you're showing that green, it's not that green is a new white, but this green surface is like doing the contrary of what Le Corbusier wanted. It's blurring space or dissolving space, at least electronic or digital or some space, into a fluid space that can change as you will. And the question for me is that if that keeps still being thought as space in architectural terms, what kind of space is this space invading everything with the green surface?
I mean, I think it's something that I'm still thinking through and working on, but I think what's so interesting about the green as opposed to the way that you speak about it in relationship to something like white is that it's sort of a neutral and not a neutral at the same time. I mean, it can kind of perform one definition perhaps of neutrality, and that you can constantly play this game of this equals that, of like projecting, as you say, kind of whatever you want onto it. But at the same time, it's only kind of a representation of a thing. It's never fully the thing. And it's tabula rasa, but it's not tabula rasa, you know? I mean, I don't think I have a very specific answer, but I think that within the contradictions that are in the green screen is like a really interesting productive space.
Can I say something else? Sorry. I've done too much with the green screen stuff to not have things to say. I think that's a super good answer. And there's another part of it too, which just has to do with the technical definition of the chroma key green. And the reason it's there is because it's the thing that's least likely to appear on screen. Color is not that color, people aren't that color. So it's actual, like it's in a way like the white and completely opposite from the argument of the white, because it like denaturalizes everything. It removes it from existence, like literally through the technology, but also just like its coloration is like unexpected is the wrong word, but like not part of the typical palette. So it's both ubiquitous and exceptional.
Yeah, it's full of contradictions.
I see this project as being a very current SCI-Arc project. Sorry, Amanda. That is, I think that one of the things that we've been exploring a lot around these in the last couple of years is that, like, it turns out our province was always virtual space, was always the manipulation of projections. Just because we did it through actual bricks and paint didn't change the fact that what we were doing was not like the kind of vast reality of the unmediated world, but was always like just controlling the thing you perceived it to be and the thing you perceived it to mean. And so there was no problem with switching over to these things that aren't really there, because none of architecture was really there. It was always imaginary buildings. That's what makes it design. You know, at least if we go back to the Renaissance as the root. And so I think like that, asking the question of like, if that wasn't the edge, if physical reality wasn't the definition of the real that we work with, then like, can we play with where that edge is in a profitable way that lets us kind of organize other things? And this thesis is maybe more of a conceptual one. I agree. It's not like a design thesis in the sense of producing an object for us to kind of interrogate in that way. But I think as an analytical exercise, it's about understanding what the real subject matter of what we do is through a simple typological medium, which we all experience constantly now, right? That we all are in it. And so here we're in that room. It's a new type. It's a type that we all live in and work in. And so I think that the kind of meditation on it is obviously timely because of the pandemic, but also timely because of where architecture is and the way that it regards its relationships to augmented and virtual reality.
Yeah.
You know, another thing that I was thinking is, you know, in the I'm sorry. No, go ahead, Jess.
Okay, just real quick. I think that just the other, of course, element to the conversation about Morris is the sort of antagonistic position he had in the time that he lived vis-a-vis what was going on around him. So, you know, I think it's a kind of a project. The textile work is something that begs for reproducibility, but he was really sort of kind of resistant to it, at least sort of machine based. So I think that that's something that can be kind of rethought, you know, vis-a-vis kind of the moment he was in and what his role was in the discourse at that time. And maybe there's some lesson there in terms of what's the use value of talking about him now in this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think as with the green screen, there's another productive confrontation or not confrontation, conflict when we think about Morris, because he was a product of the Victorian era, but like much more so associated with the pre-Raphaelites, who were very anti-Victorian and industry and all of that. But at the same time, his wallpapers become extremely mass-produced and become one of these things that a standard of living is defined by if you have his prints within your space. So definitely super interesting to compare him to 2020, I think.
Yeah, the other thing I was going to say, you know, in terms of the application of the green screen, and when you put the pattern, kind of flattens the space, and you know, we were discussing which elements get sort of applied, you know, within that green screen or not. But another one I was thinking, Andy Warhol's Exploding Plastic Inevitable. You know, the projection, you know, onto the space. So you can definitely define, you can still identify the objects, but they are so curated through another pattern of the projection, right? So you see, you know, you see some other kind of effect. So there's an element of transparency still in the identification of the objects, at least at a level, and then begin to complement with the actual objects, the figures of the object. So I think that would have been another interesting source to consider, thinking that there is that possibility of kind of seeing through the objects as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I find interesting the whole discussion of the objects and how they're linked and wired. And then the thing that's the most linked and the most wired that produces the panopticon and collapses the space is your computer. It is actually green. So in a weird way, the thing that's the most connected, most productive tool within your space, at least for an architecture student, is likely the thing that's disappearing right in front of our eyes. And I think that's you know, I would guess, or I would ask you relative to your curation of the objects themselves, why is the computer not considered one of those tools within?
Well, I was debating whether or not it would become one of the 8 characters that enters the 9-frame grid. And I decided against it because it seemed like, I'm sure all of you are already staring at your own computers right now. So it's kind of already there without me having to film it. But you just made me think of something really interesting, which I hadn't thought of before, which is when I was kind of constructing the space in the garage. And just for aesthetic reasons, I wanted to have the computer blocked off by a green canvas. It kind of made sense. But it sort of reminds me of when you think about like a horror film theory, and you think about like the most frightening monster being the thing that you can't see and that is kind of off screen but alluded to. Something about that in the way that the computer comes into it. But I think you're absolutely right. Yeah.
I would like to pass the microphone to Anna for a last comment before we move to Max.
Thanks, Elena. And thank you to everybody. Hi, Amanda. I loved John's kind of introductory comment when he spoke about Laurie Anderson's work. And I saw your performance today also for the first time in its complete state, and it was such a pleasure to listen to you reading the text and really being on stage with us today and bringing us into this afternoon review with so much energy and enthusiasm. I was also struck by the fact that somehow in the notes, I think it was Eric who alluded to William Morris's beard. And somewhere between the beard of William Morris and the beard of Banham, and then of course John's own, we have actually a bunch of bearded men. So I'm not sure, Jasmine, to what degree we as women produced women objects or female objects or feminist objects. I think we produce things just like these bearded men have done as well. And I thought that it is a very interesting question. And I think that, Amanda, you're dealing with all of those things. Finally, kind of Gabriel's question about the computer, as falling into the background, or maybe it was Martin who pointed it out, that it really becomes this kind of not an object, but really the backgrounded infrastructure for connectivity and for bringing this whole thing together. And you know, the value of that, we might actually find it quite negative in the end, because as you know, within the kind of panopticon, everything seemed a little bit maybe, well, difficult to find the space, the freedom of space to operate. So it's definitely a commentary on the summer, and it's kind of a very special one. So I would like to thank you. It's been amazing working. I don't think I've been working with you. I feel like you've been just working with all of us. So, congratulate you.
Thank you, Anna. It's been a pleasure. And thank you, all of you. Super amazing conversation. So thank you.
Thank you. So we give the microphone to Max.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, Amanda. Hi, Max.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Anna. Congratulations, Amanda. Thanks, everyone, for being here today. So I'm going to share my screen. Please let me know if that's working.
Yes.
Cool. And there won't be any sound. I'll be speaking over it, so don't worry. None about that. So my name is Max. This piece is called Resisting Omnipresent Jewels of Doom. The presentation is going to take about 12 minutes to cruise quickly through 60 slides. The words and the images flow in and out of alignment, and we can repeat these at the end, so don't be alarmed if you feel like you missed something. I'll be happy to answer all of your questions after the presentation. My thesis project here imagines a novel form of urbanism that reintroduces a seemingly obsolete technology, life with a horse. I looked to the Compton Cowboys for inspiration on all things LA. Walter Thompson Hernandez wrote a great book on the Cowboys, published just this past spring. To describe them very briefly, the Compton Cowboys are a group of Black equestrians whose principal purpose is to come together around their horses to protect and heal their community of riders and the city at large. The modern Cowboys employ a regime of care and maintenance where their relationship with horses serves to ameliorate our accelerated moment in time. Initially, the horse was brought to this continent for economic and military superiority, but the since surpassed technology, life with a horse, offers a counterpoint to accelerated customs of attaining resource dominance in the 21st century. Urban equestrianism proposes that the tool for remediation of urban strife is the horse. Barbed wire was created as a controversial method of enclosure that separated the rangeland of the American West into mostly private parcels in the 19th century. Its widespread implementation was because of its ease when drawn across new property lines that were given out to sedentary farmers. Wire fencing keeps migratory people and animals from crossing into pasture land, eliminating the previously held concept of common land. It works to express an ideology that's based on restricting collective use and empowering selected individuals at the cost of all others. Barbed wire is a device to draw lines between classes and described at the time to be a dangerous policy of selling off the public domain and allowing the creation of principalities and baronets among a few capitalists. This here is a surveyor's drawing of Los Angeles in 1849. It's 1 year before the incorporation of the city and 2 years before the first Anglo-American was born here. North of Main Street are the city's rectangular blocks that mingle with the land's varying topography. You'll see notations for farmland stretching south of Main Street. Next is a drawing made from a satellite map of LA interposed with a map of the ranchos that occupied this region in 1888. The common feature we can distinguish from both maps are the major roads and rail lines, which coincidentally mark the edges of the old ranchos. These are clues to how the patchwork of today's neighborhoods may have taken shape from agricultural notations on forgotten treaties and uncovered landforms. As new paths are drawn around the city, new territories are added to the many existing ones. Mapping territories layers frames over each other, indicating to form the spaces being mapped. I'm interested in the edge of these frames, the streets possibly made more robust. What I'm presenting today is a pre-visualization of a network of riders supporting folks' movement through the city on horseback. Riding is a way to move across spaces with care and intention, with pride and awareness. Paved streets, however, are tough on a horse's joints, hooves, ears, eyes, and nerves. The streets must accommodate their users. Asphalt rhizomes promised modernization as they spread through the city, surfacing earthen pathways, to suit the mobilizing industry's fragile and dangerous automobiles and class divisions. To reinstate different uses, we'll have to reclaim some of these barren pathways to restore the depth of the tender qualities beneath them. This is a photo from 120 years ago of what's now the 101, the Cahuenga Pass. Crazy how fast it can change. As our focus has been on the Compton Cowboys, we will engage the space of the Compton Cowboys. Urban equestrianism is working there after all. The effects of the Compton Cowboys are well documented. So, many neighborhood ranches surround a small public park called the 72nd Street Arena on the eastern edge of the LA riverbed in East Compton. These ranches are in scattered backyards of those who have the space left over from when Compton was a predominantly Black agricultural city after Rancho San Pedro was sold and developed. More recent development has paved much of the remaining agricultural space, particularly in Richland farms. There are two particular landforms running through the area that stand out today for major north-south trails: the smoothed and fixed LA riverbed and the railway trench known as the Alameda Corridor. It's the downtown ways artery for containers of goods continuing by land from the city's port in San Pedro. Uninterrupted tracks stretch 30 miles through the city, 10 of them fully underground. On either side above the sheer concrete walls are our surface streets. These will be the site for the looped trail that stretches from the northern edge of San Pedro to the southern edge of downtown. The Alameda Service Road runs along the east edge of the buried tracks. The service road is much less used than the Alameda Street on the west side of the trench. Its extraordinary width, 3 driving lanes totaling 80 feet in some places, particularly that of the site chosen, mediates the odd cuts made through the city in the 90s when the tracks were put below grade. We will reclaim 10 feet of this urban canyon by peeling back the hard asphalt surface above to reveal the sensitive earth below. It's an expression of the rider in the city. Inside of the loop's edges are opportunities for connecting shorter pathways, like on the old oil right-of-way here marked with a grassy strip. Within the new territory created by the loop, we will have building scale interventions to receive horse and rider. Along the old right-of-way, we can locate the hitch. The eagle tree, the historical northern boundary marker of Rancho San Pedro, will be the site of the hitching post. This is the rider's temporary stopping place. The hitch's modest site gets only a cursory review here for its most relevant contribution. Its narrow site focused on the enclosure of 20 standing stalls while allowing passage to both entrances. This site plan diagram shows how the drawn lines act as frames enshrouding one another, from the scale of the site down to the scale of the horse. More intensive than the hitch, and the focus of the architectural intervention per se, we have the stable. This is the site of the first project before deployment throughout the loop. The site was chosen for its relative middle between the Compton Cowboys' current ranch and downtown Compton, where the Cowboys parade to celebrate community and complete other civic duties. That's a view from the current stable down to downtown Compton, across the LA riverbed. For this very large building that houses collective accommodations for many dozen horses, we'll use the current location of a Walmart supercenter. The big box store does not serve the community. The widespread implementation of free plan factory warehouse does not serve Walmart's client so much as it serves bulk movement. Really, it is at odds with the body. We find ourselves out of scale, affronted by noise, and exposed. It does not serve the horse, and it has a deleterious influence on the community by extracting money and limiting diverse enterprise. For these reasons, it can be removed. A stable on a site this size will house, as I said, many dozen horses. A stable serves as a horse's long-term domestic home in the case that their rider cannot accommodate the intensity of a backyard ranch in dense residential neighborhoods. Since it's hard to see detailed drawings in this setting, we'll just take a last moment to fill out this plan drawing as a sort of diagram and to zoom in onto a few spots. The stable orientates itself from the large corral, 120 feet in diameter at the bottom of the page, which we passed. We'll get right back to it. It operates through concentric rings of fences, barriers that describe the gradual territory shift from less horse to all horse. Design manifests in a tender materiality, sticking along the lines of the digital designs, tall exposed post walls and sweeping roofs uniting them. The rings describe the use of each territory, while the architecture frames and gently encloses this wide outdoor space into a semi-permeable courtyard area, into multiple semi-permeable courtyard areas that open to the surroundings. Paved areas are filled in first and then given a 50% opacity. Only areas for people and bulk storage are marked to be paved, particularly for access for those with any mobility difficulties. Next, a 45-degree hatch is added to indicate outdoor areas covered by the stable's extensive roof. Those lines also act as a scale representing 6 feet between them. Next are the uncovered external areas, then the surrounding context to match the model photography. Next, we have interior space. Already, the mix of unchanged original lines and the fills that we're putting in start to suggest a sort of leaning, stretching up of walls. And finally, using the direction of this 45-degree hatch, we can cheekily pull a drop shadow out from the interior fills. They are fake shadows, but they indicate a real shielding by the building, an envelopment around the stables. Solid walls face out to the street, while permeable post walls make up most of the interior ones beyond the perimeter. Fills enrich territories within the plan, and through their multiplicity, they engage a spatiality as they cross and cover one another. It's a simple way to affect an envelopment and elevation, maybe, or express a zone of closeness to the building. The chosen materials dimension, representing 4-inch by 4-inch posts, allows these walls to double each other from certain views. Shadow and color wash gradients over the walls and over their voids. Vertical openings let light and air pass from outside in, which is quite desirable for the stable. And these walls make ambient views beyond both sides of their boundary. Horses, for one, feel safer knowing what's on the other side of their stall. Seeing to the other side of a wall might also contribute more than the wall itself. So from here, restored from the past and trained on the future, the rider can meander across town and take up the trail again to be in the city. Thanks.
Did I miss something when you said there was a moment when you were talking about the plan development, that there was an opportunity for elevational development? Did you say that?
Not in those words. I probably used those words in a different combination.
Okay, well, let's put it this way. Did you say the word elevation?
I used the word elevation once, yes.
Yeah. Do you have an elevation?
No, I do not.
Okay. I rescind my question.
John stole my question. I wanted to say just something real quick. Do you know about the in the recent years, and especially this past year, I've become, because of my parents moving down to the Coachella Valley, intimately familiar with part of that area. And there's a neighborhood called Los Compadres. Do you know about that area? It's sort of east part of Palm Springs. And it dates from, I think, the 40s, during the war in 1941, and it was covered with, it was just all stables. And what ended up happening pretty quickly, though, because of its proximity to LA and also just it being Palm Springs, is that you started to have very quickly at these rodeos cowboys, but then also the wannabe, you know, poser cowboys who were just there for the weekend, and then the Hollywood Regency crowd, right? So you're like cocktails and cowboys, and you know, and now when you go, it's so funny because the housing type that predominates in compadres now is what they call California ranch. So you've got this sort of thing that's called ranch style, and it's sort of it's the dominant feature of that. The reason I bring it up is that I wonder. Well, first of all, I think it's a nice sort of counter to the Compton Cowboys. I think it's an interesting sort of other group of people to look at, and another community that's sort of been effaced a little bit. The stables are still there, or some of the stables are still there. And there's the Compadres Writing Club that you can sort of be a member of. But do you see your project as a project of reclamation? Or in fact, you're kind of envisaging something that never really was there to begin with?
Yeah, I mean, thanks for that question. It's kind of a complex one. I mean, I think that this is an anti-historical project in a sense, because there's an aspect of this that lives very presently in contemporary culture, known as, among other things, the Yeehaw agenda, which is sort of maybe more of that, you know, the sort of like appearance of the Western or appearance of the cowboy sort of as like a dress or as like a, you know, not so much a lifestyle necessarily. And that coincides, of course, with the very real historical fact that at least, or around 25% of the people who were settling the American West on horseback were Black folks. And so it's just kind of something that's written out of the history and kind of forgotten. So it's kind of this like rediscovery at the same time that makes everything seem like a little bit more spectacular and a little bit more, well, it doesn't make it seem more performative, it becomes more performative. So yeah, I'm not really sure exactly if I can say that it's particularly one or the other, because I think it's quite a bit of both in these cases. I mean, I think it's like the reclamation has to do with the sort of the spaces of the city, the spaces which are like unable to be occupied or used by the citizens of the city itself, right? And so that's sort of like a reclamation of a like question of who gets to be in these spaces and who gets to be there. Creating a space or taking back a bit of the space to something that's more common. Yeah, I don't know. I'll end my little diatribe there.
I would comment. I really connect with the project because currently I'm working in one of my studios with, you know, sort of Black cowboys in Texas, and the question for me is really about, you know, sort of, you know, is it a problem of reclamation or this kind of Orville Peck sort of architecture? In a way that, is it really, there are certain reclamations about certain attitude, cultural attitudes about, or the idea of cowboys, but at the same time, they're really sort of wrapped with this kind of aesthetic agenda as well, right? So there's really, you know, as Jasmine was saying, you know, you can be a cowboy, but you can also look like a cowboy and really assume these kinds of identities, right? At the same time, there's really also in terms, for example, in Houston, when there are big rodeos here, there are all these sites that are sort of then turned into stables to put all the horses that are going to be in this thing, right? So it is not such an uncommon practice to see in the culture where it's really something like that embedded, right? But for me, it's really, I'm not really quite sure what is exactly the position of your project itself, whether there's really a reclamation project, is sort of calling out for the specific culture you said is a non-historic project, but at the same time, there's also that agenda as Jasmine was describing. I'm sort of saying also that there is the kind of Orville Peck cowboy, which I really find fascinating. You know, so where is it positioning itself in that in those different arenas?
I think, yeah. Was that rhetorical, or did you want me to answer that?
No, answer that. No, I'm still, no, I'm quite interested to see what you think of it. No, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a question of the space of appearance in this project, and so it's maybe, I don't know if I want to use the word aesthetic necessarily, but maybe I can more comfortably use the word image, sort of like bringing about the imagery to the street or the city can also change the sort of space of that street or of that city where we might be. And so it's about also a presencing, a bringing in, right, of some of the people who've been pushed out, or some of the imagery that's been pushed out in favor of something that, like, is, you know, serves whomever has control or whatever, right? So I mean, I really hope that I find myself sort of using a bit of both, you know, like using a bit of the just, I don't know if I want to say like architectural irony or something like that, but using a bit of like architecture's investigative possibility with the, you know, the sort of like performance of presentation on a public space. So I'm trying to use both, I think, and I hope that it sits somewhere in the.
Yeah, no, I just wanted that, you know, I mean, I find that project really interesting in so many levels that I think is really what I was saying.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for saying that.
I guess I'm curious, how can I put this? How can this project fail? Is there a risk of failure with this project? What would the measure of this project failing be? Because like right now, it seems like we bring in the cowboys, we make the stable, we connect the lines. You know, my question about elevation wasn't to trip you up on an architectural, but that's the elevational plane is usually the plane of like registration and image. And so I'm just trying to figure out, like, because I think that I'm super interested when you say the historical research component. I think it's fantastic. And I have the same reaction to your project that I had to the opening of Watchmen when they showed the Tulsa riots. And I was like, oh, wow, what a fantastic idea to make this thing. And then it turns out it's real and I never knew it and I learned a lot. And so I think there's that part of it. I'm just trying to figure out like the architectural project, bringing these people back, making them more legible. Like if a horse died, you know, like there's moments where you say like, oh, the Walmart is bad because it destroys businesses and it's unnecessary, so I'm going to replace it. And then that just makes me think like there's an authority there that makes a decision. And insofar as the decision's made, then how do we like judge that decision? So that's why I ask about failure. Like what would be, could something go wrong with this scheme? Or could something be, yeah. Once you exhibit authority, then you're responsible. And once you're responsible, then things can fail. And so this is where I'm sort of taking it down that road. You've asserted authority by getting rid of the Walmart. And so then I want to know, like, well, how do we deal with the ramifications of what you've wrought?
Totally. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is one of those things that would require an expansion of the services supporting it, right? Like some ancillary services, things like waste management is like something that, you know, one of the great reasons that horses stop being used in cities is because of the amount of waste, not just the amount of like care, of course, that the horse needs and the sort of softness and, you know, carriage spaces that it needs. But you know, like maybe there's like a little bit of a, maybe I'm not really saying that like, yeah, there would need to be quite a lot more to make this work, right? Like you couldn't just like suddenly invite, you know, millions of people to start riding around on horses and expect it to just like go around seamlessly. I mean, there's quite a lot of coordination that would have to happen. And so I think maybe in that spirit, I could say like the biggest failure, if I were to actually try to do something like this in my career now, would be not finding people to work with, because I don't possess all of the skills necessary to do it. You know, it's a project that requires collaboration. And I think that, you know, I basically like need buy-in, you know what I mean, from some other parties that can like help do something like this. And so it could fail purely by being judged once it's put out here. You know, if I say, hey, like I have a big call for, you know, team members, and if folks don't want it, then it's unnecessary, right? And that's sort of like maybe what I'm trying to find for my career somewhat is like, what are some of the things that people are also stoked about just as much as me, not the one with all of the authority, but also the people, you know, folks who say like, yeah, I want to support something like that. I want to, you know, endeavor to do something like that. And I hope that, well, I mean, in a sense, I already failed in that I reached out to the Compton Cowboys. I reached out to the author of the book on the Compton Cowboys, and they're too busy to like be here or like, you know, work with me right now on something like this. So, you know, there was like a little bit of a failure there because I would have loved to have another author of this project here, right? Like I would have loved to have someone else who would have contributed like real thought to what this thing needs. My plan is like, you know, somewhat empty, which is like the classic architect's move. You know what I mean? It's just like draw a big open room and just like, you know, expect it to be filled by someone. But that is meant to be that sort of like invitation, you know. I hope I answered your question, John.
I think that the thing that strikes me over the entire presentation is kind of the presence of edges, seams, and kind of simultaneity that's occurring, both in the way you've presented the imagery through collage and the kind of strips that show up, but also then the architecture itself takes on the strip language, at least the piece that we can see. And it's put in terms of a kind of performative aspect of how the horse wants to know. But ultimately, it's kind of reinforcing the rest of the presentation, which is this juxtaposition between history, both real and imagined, and contemporary condition, both real and imagined. And so we're looking at Los Angeles and infrastructure of Los Angeles and those seams that rip apart the city. And then you're finding a new seam within the seam to rip apart and kind of reopen history in a way. But it's not like you said, it's kind of not I won't use the word authentic. It's taking on something that has existed and giving it a new kind of performance within the city, which also has its own juxtaposition, right? Seeing a horse riding in a city, we're sometimes used to that, but not all that often, right? Particularly in Los Angeles, I would say it's much rarer. And so seeing the horses go along with the trains that are submerged within cars moving by, it collapses time and space in a weird way too, right? So like there's these layers of things that you're kind of bringing to the present. And then I see that in the moments of the architectural, quote unquote, architectural project, right? Because the whole thesis is an architectural production. But when we see these drawings that happen to be on screen right now, then all of a sudden the structure is lifted from its shadow and the representation of the structure becomes a physical reality within the architecture. And so again, it's kind of these layering of things that go from both the representation of the thing to the physical manifestation of it. And it seems to be happening at these seams, right? And I don't know if that's just an observation. I don't really think it's a question. It's just in watching the project and seeing the images over and over, that's what I'm really struck by, is that kind of relationship.
Totally. Yeah. Thanks for saying that. I think the seam was sort of my taboo in this. I tried to like never didn't want to go there because it like might create more problems for me that I wouldn't know how to get myself out of. No, it's a good point, certainly. And thanks for that.
I mean, I think there's something in the, you know, we're talking about seeing horses. I mean, how do you see horses in the city? It's the mounted police, right?
Yes.
And I think Compton is one of the neighborhoods that has mounted police. So, you know, it could be a very visceral kind of project if you want it to be. You know, the use of horses in urban areas is a juridical one. You know, it's a kind of it's more often than not associated with the police force. Mm-hmm. And so it's something that, again, there's maybe it goes back to sort of what John was asking about, if there are any elevations. Somehow, you know, all those drawings are kinds of abstractions, right? So an elevation is an abstraction, a plan's an abstraction, a section's an abstraction. But the one thing that elevation gives you is a kind of way of situating the project in the world that a plan doesn't, right? And so I think this sort of relentless sort of resistance to elevations, I think it's something you could think about and really work on, because that's where maybe the plot thickens, you know, and you actually have some of these, you take on more agency in terms of what happens on the street, you know, if you take that other cut.
No, I agree to that. I mean, I think the Bromo elevation is quite critical, because otherwise the project remains this kind of planning type project, where it's just claiming on openings or areas for new territories that are sort of planned or rescued in a certain way. And the project is really, on the one hand, sort of, you know, inspired on some political activities of these new cowboys, et cetera, that are socially and politically active in one sense. So they have also the presence of the city, but also the idea of the stables themselves. They have to have a presence to me. So it's not just as the level of planning or territoriality, but it's really the issue of seeing, not only seeing the cowboy participating, the new cowboy participating in this kind of everyday, you know, activities that are sort of consequences of the times that we're living, et cetera. But I think the elevation really situates, you know, will situate the project in a much more visible way that is important. And it's not just the planning ideal exercise of what if we do this, right? So I think, you know, coming from something that is quite real, quite important at the time, I think, you know, for me, the elevation is a good vehicle, as Jasmine was saying, of agency. So its present to me is actually that I think it's important as well.
Totally.
I guess I think about it from a, I mean, if you do look at it from a planning point of view, there's this issue that the Walmart itself, I mean, I don't know this particular one, but the way that California tax law works is that the only money that goes to a community is money from commercial businesses in that community, like their business taxes are what goes to the local community. So like in my neighborhood, a very progressive council person lured a Costco in, which everyone was kind of shocked by because it didn't seem like a cool thing to do, but technically it was for financial reasons to help support the other endeavors like parks and stuff like that of that area. So I guess if you're gonna kind of do these meta level planning swaps where you're sort of, I think, essentially producing a kind of a park, you know, like some kind of a public park that is for the cowboys and other people, but it's, you know, it's a bigger meta issue of like, you know, the economics of that, you know, it might seem kind of dreamy more than it is critical, I think. And so I think that's kind of something I would look at.
I have a question regarding the method, the way you drew this map, let's call it like that, strips of satellite images and the ranch in Los Angeles in California. And I know that you were looking for information, or historical information for your project in specific, but how do you choose what to keep and what to recover? And in that process, if you find things that are not part of this couple of stories, the stories of the new city with cars and blah, 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 and Walmart and all that, and the city of horses and all, there are other cities between those cities. There's other territories that probably you found in this layering of images. You choose to keep some things and not to. Did you find things that you should have taken into account and you didn't because of the nature of the project? Things you would have recovered and you didn't because the nature of the project was the cowboys, the horses, and all of that.
I think that I avoided a couple of zones that like maybe I could have explored. The first things that come to mind are the sort of like expansion of these things, you know, sort of as I answered John's question earlier, like there will be more services that are needed. And so like the natural architectural inclination is to be like, well, I want to like redraw the horseshoe and I want to like redraw all this stuff and how it like fits together, and like, you know, kind of just like understanding a sort of totality. And I'm specifically not trying to deliver a totality here. You know, I mean, the elevation is also something that, you know, and I perfectly understand the criticism. It's like, you know, this, and this, don't take this as like a defense or something like that. I chose, you know, not to include that here because I like, I'm kind of looking for a sort of like drawing out our revelations that we can maybe have from this combination of things, whatever. So in a sense, there was like some parts that maybe I avoided, the sort of like expansiveness or the like the completion of these things. But if thinking about, I'm trying to answer your question very directly, which is like, you know, I think you're suggesting like topics that I decide to stay away from, or like, can I sit on that and think about it?
Yeah, sure.
The other thing, I mean, I've been thinking about a project that deals with horses and idealizes the notion of the stable, and is Luis Barragan's San Cristobal stables, right? Where there is this kind of curation of a life and the horse together, right, is in a very idealized way, and the kind of the horseback ride and the kind of different points of demarcation, the fountains, all these places where the horses drink, etc., right? So it's a project that is kind of so severely idealized. I don't know if Alejandro would relate to that as well, but it's really, you know, so it really depicts a very fictional aspect of what that kind of lifestyle would be like, right? So even though it's a beautifully poetic project, it really sort of, you know, tends to be that kind of project, right? So, you know, and I think your project, you know, seems to be a little bit on that idealized sort of scenario that really is the kind of dream of, you know, the Western cowboy, et cetera, and the use of the horse. And I think it's more real than that. And so in a way, as much as we like the idea of the horse and I like the idea of the project, and I sort of, if I compare it to the way that Barragan depicts that idea, it's quite interesting, but I think it lacks that kind of element of more sort of a real sense to it in a way, right? I understand that there's topics that you would like to sort of stay away from, et cetera, or you deliberately choose certain things. But I think there's really part of making the project more real in a way that is important, you know, I think, you know?
Totally. Yeah, I mean, it's something to continue, I think. I think it definitely is a project that I want to keep working on as we go. I could answer your question, Alejandro. I thought of a little bit of an answer, and maybe it'll also speak a little bit to what you're just saying. One of the things that I avoided was like the question of archetype and the sort of like archetypical stable. What it means to put something like this collective stable into a city. Like, I didn't really try to go in and explore it in a sense of hybridity or the synthetic or something like that, which a lot of times, you know, indeed at the outset I thought, you know, like, yeah, we'll put a library in here and we'll have a computer lab and it's going to be, you know, but like it's not a community center for those things, right? It's like intentionally limited to some extent, where there's like some space for these other things, maybe a space for accommodation, like it's like partially still vacant, right? Where it's like asking like who's the tenant or something like that. Yeah. But like the spaces are designed around the sort of the sort of singular use, which is like crazy. The Walmart has like 1 million barcodes in it or something, you know? And this has one thing, a horse, and like the stuff around the horse, you know? So I kind of tried to always just like stay back and just ask the question really of like, what is this individual stable, right? What does this one need more than anything else? Not like, how do I become the stable guy? But like, how can we find something that like, I don't know, you know, sort of like trying to find the depth of the like individual investigation or something. That'll be the best way I can answer your question.
Yes, thanks.
I'd love to jump in briefly to say that, Max, I think your answer about collaboration and also the involvement with the city was a really good one. And I really do hope that the project that you're presenting, I mean, so much of your work during thesis was in constructing the brief itself, in a way, thinking through the project and proposing it. And I thought that it was kind of absolutely singular in its conception, as a program for the thesis, as a place, and as a place of activism, not only a place of design. And so the idea to collaborate and not to make the thesis about the individual, but about a kind of process, and also to engage the city would be really important. I imagine it's not something that can take 2 months in the summer. It's something that's going to take you to the next place once you've graduated. Actually, it's nice that this picture came up just now, because my second comment was a little bit in response to John's and Jasmine's call for the elevation. And I thought that it's very interesting that you've set up the project through imagery. And I wanted to maybe bring your attention also to the way in which someone like Ed Ruscha would kind of take elevational photographs through an entire boulevard in Los Angeles, or someone like Catherine Opie would photograph a mini mall or a series of intersections in relationship to each other to produce kind of places of diverse culture in LA, and to kind of capture signage and capture different storefronts in the city. And I wonder if maybe the way in which you would want to bring this project into view, because I think right now we're getting snippets of the model, but not quite that elevational perspective where we can kind of zoom out from the model and understand it in the context of the city. And perhaps the way to do it is through this kind of photo montage of thinking, how would someone like Catherine Opie or someone like Ed Ruscha be, let's say, photographing a project that, or the city of LA with this new infrastructure intact. Somehow that to me is really kind of powerful as an image, and as a way to maybe bridge your interest in the city and the photograph with what the jury is asking as a kind of maybe this kind of more traditional view of understanding, well, what have you designed and what does it look like? What is its kind of frontality? What is its longevity in the streetscape and in the city? So those were my kind of two main kind of maybe ways of entering the discussion now that we have heard some of the comments, which have been really on point and really, really good.
On this comment, unless there are more comments from Max or Anna or the jury, we might be able to take 5 minutes break before we go to the next student. So maybe we reconvene at 3:45. It's, yes, it's 7 minutes from now. So we all have a bit of a break. Thank you.
Congratulations, Max. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thanks, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for all your thoughts. I really appreciate it. And thanks, Anna, for everything.
Not too bad.
There we go.
Not too bad, Max. They let you off easy.
Yeah, it was mostly us.
Yeah, I think they got it. It was good. Yeah, you should have seen poor Christina got torn to shreds.
I saw a second of that. Yeah, I mean, tough days. You know, it depends on who you got there.
Yeah, it was like, yeah, just luck of the draw. But I think it went well. I think that people actually kind of understood what you were trying to get at and the balance between the different sides. So there you go. Now you can rest easy and let the others, the last few, sweat it out.
Thanks, Eric. I appreciate it. No, I appreciate all your help. Like, you really Amanda.
My camera back. I was like, it took a minute, and I'm like not wearing the dress.
You looked amazing. You looked so great.
So hey.
This is what it really looks like in her home office.
Yeah.
It's all sweatpants. It's all
Yeah.
Congrats.
Well,
I'm not
congratulations.
having a beer yet, but almost there.
Almost.
Like, I deserve it.
Heck yeah. No, thank you so much. I mean, both of you, Eric and Anna, when we met up this last week, you helped me kind of guide this thing a little bit more, into the track that it, ended up on. So I'm really grateful for that. Totally
it hung together very well. I thought when you finally presented, both of you guys actually had really clean, crisp, like well thought through presentations. When push came to shove, yeah.
Who would have thought?
Yes. Congrats.
No, I wish that Sylvia had been here, because Sylvia was like running roughshod over people in some other ones, but I wish she'd been here because I don't know what she would have been able to say to your projects.
Yeah, same.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, Sadvi. I'm super excited for you.
Yes,
It was great.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was really good. I love the discussions.
Heck yeah. Cool. Yeah. I know. I kind of wish Sylvia had been here to tear apart my project a little bit.
Oh yeah, I would have loved Sylvia as well.
No,
She could have done an afternoon session. Come on.
I'll have to get her to write us.
Yeah, I know. Jury room too.
Your project was really about feminism, apparently, Amanda. So you.
Yeah, I know. I didn't have an answer for that one, but.
I think it is, but it's in the same way that most projects are for everyone, but not about men at all.
Yeah.
Yours is for everyone.
Of course, I've been thinking about it so much, but I didn't have a snappy line or a paragraph written,
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens, but of course it's there. Of course it's there. I would love to talk about that more in a week. Jasmine could come back with Sylvia and we could have that discussion.
I think it's okay just to assume it and be and to assume everyone has to be have their frame of reference on your same page as you. Just as that goes the other way. If we're at a healthy place, if you can just do a project that maybe has, we can dig into these things, but you don't need to worry about it because it's not the thing you ever want to talk about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's just so much, so many things to talk about.
It's not enough.
Not enough time. Just using 45 minutes is this,
Oh yeah, it really does feel short.
Yeah.
Hernan, were you here for the presentation?
No, I miss it. I'm trying to sneak in and out. I'm in another review, so I'm trying to check in on all the other reviews. This is a Zoom. It's not as easy as in the school walking around the different reviews, but I try my best to check out what's going on in every session.
You feel good? You like what you saw?
But it seems like I missed a good one.
It's recorded. I'll send you the link.
I'll check it out. I'm looking on the website to all the projects, so I like to have a sense of all of them.
No, I know. I ended up doing a funny thing. I talked to Hernan at the beginning of the summer, just in the parking lot at SCI-Arc. We just met up and walked around for a minute. And I asked him what he thought I should do with this thesis idea. And it resonated, it rang in my, your words echoed in my head through the whole summer. So I really, I'm just really grateful that I got a chance to chat with you and just get your perspective on it. Because it helped me.
Whatever was good about your thesis was all you. Whatever went wrong, blame it on me.
Well, we pay you the big bucks.
Yeah.
Have someone to yell at.
Well, congratulations, Amanda, Max.
Thanks.
That's
I'll go back to my other review.
Thanks, Hernan.
Amanda, wait for me to crack open the beer.
That's why you need the large coffee mug.
What's in the coffee mug, Eric?
I'm not worried. I can't talk about that.
On the clock.
On the clock.
Yeah, I better go actually check on my family.
I'll sign out a video, but I'm watching. Good luck, Safi.
You got this.
Hi, Martin. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I have no smoke in my air, at least not yet.
Yeah.
I saw that we were going to get California's smoke here soon in Kentucky.
I think you're far away enough. For a while, it's not going to come.
I saw something somewhere about how the weather is pushing particles this far to the east. And so we might notice some difference in our skies, but not like California skies.
Alejandro, welcome back.
Thank you, Elena. How are you? How's everything back there?
Oh, no, we're okay. We're okay, you know, on fire.
A little fire, but
we're okay. I don't know what else can happen. Gabe, good to see you. John, welcome back. Who are we waiting for? Andrew, Kumaran, Anna, Barbara. Good to see you.
Hello.
Lance never made it.
I know. We emailed him. He has no answer, but he served in the morning, so maybe.
Yeah, I saw he was all over the place. I haven't seen him since grad school.
So that was a good opportunity, but he's in demand, I think. So maybe we do start. I would like to introduce you to Shri. She's one of my students. We're in to see other 3 students in the afternoon. And Shri, by the way, you look fantastic in red.
Thank you.
You see, then you see your students. After months and months, we've been all at home, and somehow then we will clean up very well for this review. So you look great. So take it away.
Thank you.
That's your
Okay.
moment.
I will share my screen. Does everyone see my screen? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Shri, and the title of my project is Monumental Ephemera. This project tries to establish a new definition of an architectural pavilion to capture the zeitgeist of architecture in the 21st century. In the process of defining this new pavilion, we look into monumental instances in theatrics as the stepping stones of design methodology. So I was initially fascinated by set design and theatrical plays and how the props and their relation to scenography presented unique ephemeral moments throughout the duration of a show. Following that interest, I started looking into contemporary embodiments of scenography, such as the Mylong Opera organized by Diller Scofidio. This relationship of an urban stage to the city of New York, where the city is the protagonist as well as the backdrop of a cumulative experience, has essentially served as an impactful driver in the development of my project. Following this phase of research, I had alongside taken keen interest in pop-up books and how ephemeral fleeting moments are often preserved and perused through every time one turns a page. There was something monumental and ephemeral in all these tangents that I tried to imbibe in my project moving forward. The site. Currently, some of the most highly valued real estate in New York's waterfronts are seeing a positive shift from abandonment to turning into invigorating public spaces. Under Weiss Manfredi's vision, Hunters Point in Long Island, New York is currently going through such a major revamp. Quite like the Mylong Opera celebrating a metaphorical 7 o'clock diorama of an average New Yorker, ephemeral acts spread throughout the vast landscape of Hunter's Point uses 7 o'clock as a pivotal transformation point from incomplete pavilion-like structures to wholesome active ephemera, each having a narrative of its own. The master plan that you see on your screen right now portrays 5 such ephemeral acts spread through Hunter's Point in Long Island, New York. Using the precedents of layering and folding in pop-up books, these architectural chess pieces, or architectural acts as I like to call them, pop up, fold, and rotate to transform into complete pavilion-like structures. Each day at 7 o'clock in the evening, we see this magical transformation take place. What looked like an incomplete architectural structure in the morning can now be seen transformed into complete pavilions. The following that you see on your screen are 5 such ephemeral instances. The playground. The playground depicts a playful vibe of New York with bustling Times Square on one end and a theatrical backdrop on the other. Spectators can occupy playful seating spread around the space to see the transformation of this pavilion. The urban corridor acts as a reflection space of the follies lined up in front of it, and also provides elevated spaces of observation. The observation decks not only frame the skyline of New York City, but also the follies or pavilions lined up in front of it. The confessional space acts as a metaphorical take on confessional units in a religious sanctuary. Using the vast expanse of Brooklyn Bridge and the greenscape of Central Park on one side and the comfort of a typical living room of a Victorian apartment on the other, we try to define what a confessional space means to an individual or a group of people. The urban monument. The urban monument depicts monumental instances already existing in New York City's urban spaces, such as a High Line lookalike on one side and the Columbus Circle on the other. The mimicry presents itself as a sort of a sound storage of a typical New York scene. Using a series of boom boxes hanging off of one of these pop-up plates, we stage a scene where different sounds of different boroughs of New York come to life. The images that you see on your screen right now are moments captured in some of these spaces that show you a glimpse of the narrative of each space. Each ephemeral act tries to investigate its narrative through the lens of domesticity versus worldliness. Nevertheless, climate change has effectively put a deadline into the existence of such public spaces. It is said in about 100 years, most of these waterfronts will be flooded, partially if not completely, which brings into question the second stage of ephemerality associated with this project. The following video that you're about to watch will delve deep into each ephemeral act, the emotions they address, and portray the duality in ephemerality. Before I play this video, I would ask everyone in the jury to kindly mute their mics so that there's no interference with the audio here. And also maybe lower your audio a little bit or it might get too empowering.
The playground.
The Times Square in the still frame has never been more involved. It's 7 o'clock.
The ballroom floor is lit up on one side.
Plates on the ground.
The playground comes to life amidst the backdrop of New York City.
The confessional, Twilight, a domestic cabinet, almost visible, a Victorian ballroom,
nooks,
a sacred vast scenery, forest unknown. People we pan through the area.
Astronomers focus on your telescope.
Domesticity, mirrors, and reflection of yourself around you.
All the follies line up perfectly when looked through the mirror.
The mimicry.
The poetic parades, the smog on the streets,
sound, noise, sound everywhere.
The city is framed in a different light.
and
urban
portrays the
mimicry,
typical characteristics
New
of the
York,
city and its
Twilight
people.
Sun. The urban monument.
It's 7 o'clock.
Highline,
The sun is coming down.
monumental
Twilight
New
sun,
York.
12 The degrees. city is framed in a
Twilight.
different light.
Monumentality
A walk
of
in
the
the
city
park
of New York and the urban
Twilight,
park, magnificent twilight.
100 years have passed. The flood has consumed the land and its ephemeral moments. What remains is what we see part submerged, part broken, and part standing strong for the rest of time. What was once a confessional or a playground has now simply turned to ruins, partly submerged like the lost city of Atlantis, and partly floating like remnants of an era gone by. Ephemerality takes on a new meaning as what was once an architectural landmark has now transformed into a gesture of its existence.
This vast set of ephemeral acts, unified by the preconceived notion that the structures will eventually wither and be destroyed, presents the opportunity to not only convey experiences that establish a strong connection between people and the space, but also investigate the duality of any moment in time. The focus is no longer on the master plan, the strategy, or the making of these long-term arrangements. Instead, the ephemeral, the trial and the error are gaining legitimacy. In the present world, where we feel more disconnected than ever, it is important to address ephemerality as catalysts for change, as an investigation towards a new identity, and trace the path of the future development of design and architecture. Thank you. I will now open the floor to the jury to absorb, refute, or ponder upon this ephemeral moment. I will also share my website with you so that you can look at stuff at your own pace. And if you choose to refer to something, I can refer to it for you.
I assume these two words next to each other, monumental ephemera, was meant to sort of provoke, or, you know, I mean, it's sort of a contradiction in term, or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's a total rethinking of what a monument is. But, you know, this notion of a monument being ephemeral, you could argue that that's a really bad monument, right? You know, because it's not. It doesn't have any kind of sense of permanence in, or a sense of it being a marker in some kind of a memory map. I'm thinking of what Tony Vidler wrote in Post-Urbanism, if you read that essay, Post-Urbanism. Yeah, so it's a provocation from the very beginning, right? Just putting those two words together. So I guess I'm trying to figure out the act as the performance or the animation of the sort of Lazy Susan or the pop-up. Is that the part that's ephemeral? Is it the way that the things are constructed or made makes them ephemeral? Is it the fact that in 100 years from now they'll be buried in water makes them ephemeral? So I'm just trying to kind of put a scale, or trying to define that term or locate that term in terms of your design process.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think the answer would be all of them, because I'm sort of looking at it as like a two-sided coin. The circadian ephemerality is the thing that you see daily, like every day at 7 o'clock when these things pop up and they form these enclosed pavilions, versus in 100 years, if there is a flood, what would that scene look like? And what would ephemerality mean in terms of that? Yeah, I think it's all of the above.
The reason I asked the question is because it also has the oh God, what's it called in New Orleans? Moore's Piazza d'Italia.
Mm-hmm.
You know, as the sort of example of maybe post-urbanism. But the difference is in the thickness and the thinness. So on the one hand, there's the thinness of the exuberant thinness of the treatment of history, but on the other hand, it's also very bulky and very thick and very kind of, you know, Whereas these are all very sort of paper thin. So it's interesting. There was a moment where you were talking about perception. So at a certain moment in the turning of, I guess it was early on, and was it the playground, that you were maybe fooled into thinking that it's some kind of solid object. And then as the thing rotates, you realize, oh no, it's actually not, you know, it's a kind of a void. And that was an interesting moment to me, that maybe potentially could sort of play off of this notion of the ephemeral, you know, that on the one hand, you have something really heavy looking and thick and full of poche. And then on the other hand, it's also just sort of folds in and out, you know, and it sort of could be an interesting, sort of play.
Also, it was really interesting. It reminded me of La Commedia dell'arte. You know, the idea of these kind of great performances in Italy, and then sort of was meant to cheer, you know, and to tell stories and to cheer people up, etc. So it's really been reversed, and here perhaps the characters are the people that live there, and it's really meant to sort of bring some kind of alleviate the joys, etc. So it's really the kind of works in different, and the joys and the agony of the daily world, and it's really sort of meant to give that pleasure, entertainment, etc. So architecture really begins to become the kind of the stage for those kinds of events. It's casual, it's relaxed, it's not heavy, you know, and it doesn't really matter if it's long lasting or not. It's like a play. What you're left with is really the memory, the thoughts, the joy, etc. So I think it operates in several levels, and that I really appreciate it. So I really would love to be in a place like this where you sort of get you know, sort of arrested emotionally in a really nice way. The affect that it produces is really terrific.
Thank you.
I'm intrigued by the project, and I'm just wondering, like, in your thinking about these two mechanisms of ephemerality, the pop-up book and scenography, in some ways they're very similar. They use flatness to project depth, but also, of course, different. And I'm just wondering, like, in your working with it, do you have any theory of their difference, like as mechanisms, as techniques, and how might their difference apply to your structure?
That's an interesting question. Yeah, no, I think I've sort of, I guess like the easiest answer would be that the ephemerality in children's books is more fast in a way, because, you know, you're going through the pages, you're seeing the things fold in, fold out very easily. Whereas in a theater set, it's more like as the scene progresses, the props change and you see different things come to light, and the lighting changes, which makes, you know, your focus change on different things. I think, I guess like I understand that difference, and I've sort of tried to address that in these pieces where some of the folds and plates are just very thin objects. They don't really do much. They just, you know, there's one movement, it folds, and then, you know, it just forms an angle. Whereas some have more layering on it, which I think happens in a theater set where, you know, different things are attached to different things, and that layering forms a new story, essentially.
I would offer just one more. The pop-up book you see constructed, and the stage set, they dim the house to move the set. So one of them involves knowing how it comes into being, and the other one just arrives, like, all at once. So there's different temporalities, or they're actually distinct ephemeralities, to use your terms. I just wonder, because look, I don't want to hook you up on the mechanics of it, but I wonder, like, somehow the mechanics of recreating the pop-up in larger scales, I don't know. I feel like there would be a formal consequence to how they, like, structurally operated in some way that could come in and do some kind of, like, I don't know, kind of mess with it a bit more in a way, like to make that translation. Because, you know, both of them are made of, like, alternative materials. So stage sets are painted to look like stone. pop-up is paper. So I love the imagery of it, but I guess I think there's more to like thinking through the tectonics of thinness and movement. It would just be super interesting. Like, I love what you've done, but I guess, there's always the wanting more for whatever accomplishment you've made. And I think to try to think through the sort of like, not quite technical drawings, but the kind of physics of doing it would be super interesting.
That's the word, tectonics. That was what I was looking for.
That's where I would react.
Thanks,
to the,
John.
Oh, sorry. That's where I would react to the pop-up as a model for a kind of ephemeral condition. And I would pose another model of book, which is the Choose Your Own Adventure, and see the potential of ephemerality to be that the story only exists once. Right. And so I think the way time matters in your project, but then the architecture itself only allows us to occupy that space at a really specific time. So once we've been there, the next night when we come back, the only thing that would be different would be the actors on the stage, right? So the public would change, but the set wouldn't. And I wonder if there's more potential in an idea where the set is also changing relative to the actors who are there. And because of that, when you return, the performance and the stage is always different. And therefore you construct some version of a moment in time that only exists at that moment in time. Right.
Right.
And I think in relative to John's comment about the kind of tectonics of it, that's immediately what struck me from the beginning, was all of a sudden there's a performance that occurs, which is this thing folding up into space. And then I'm wondering how long that takes to occur, because I'm imagining these aren't light things. So is that like a 3-hour where people are standing on it and playing, and then the next thing they know, they're sliding down the surface? Like, how does that operate?
Yeah.
I guess I would just ask, like, so I'm giving you an alternate view, but I'm also saying, even if you were to take the pop-up as a real condition, what is that sequence like? So that then the question of ephemerality can become a little more, it's not an on-off, I would say, right? There's something else happening in that space.
That's a really interesting idea. I think the way I was looking at these pop-up plates, and if you look at like some of the renders here, they have some sort of like a wallpaper-esque quality to it. So potentially I was thinking that, this thing doesn't have to last for 100 years. You could potentially just peel this off and put like another storyboard on it. And then, that says a different story. And then the actors are saying different things about that story. And sort of then that addresses the fact that you're saying that, different days, maybe different days would be unrealistic, maybe like different months, like an exhibition in a museum, you would see different things. And then, that's like the tertiary ephemerality of the space.
The other thing that I'm thinking about is really that they are quite curated. They're very fixed. So in a way, if they were seen more as parts in and of themselves, right? So there you can combine this element with this other element, at different times. So it's not, you don't always see the same assemblage, right? So you kind of see different ones, right? And also I think, something that was sort of mentioned earlier as well is really the idea of the materiality, is really thinking, well, if this is going to be like theater, it's going to be used, sort of painted canvas or paper and all that. So their temporality is really very limited, right? So it's really sort of what materials that could be used that will last a certain amount of time, right? So there will be not that's everlasting, but enough for they have some presence throughout a certain time, right? So I think the consideration of, as it was suggested, mechanics, tectonics, materiality in the kind of connection of time, right? And also the combinations of pieces will give some sort of sense of flexibility, that, or randomness in a way, or unpredictability that would be sort of a little more interesting.
I guess to that end, I feel like the surfaces themselves, I mean, it could be a series of scrims, right, that are projected onto or something, that in order to really be able to curate content, sort of mixing your project maybe with Amanda's earlier. But I guess I want to get back to the Piazza d'Italia issue, because there really are a lot of similarities about the idea of what would be a kind of public play space within, I guess, a larger public park that I don't know much about, the Hunters Point Park, but I think that project is kind of a weird one because it was incredibly unsuccessful when it was originally built. It was a monument to the Italian American community in New Orleans, so the references are all to Rome and Italy, not necessarily in a neoclassical postmodern sense, but literally, for Italians. And then, but it was in a place, it was set back from the street. It was kind of like in a city block that was supposed to have all this urban development around that didn't happen. So then it actually did become a ruin for about 20 years. It was completely abandoned and messed up. And they restored it again in 2000, I don't know, 15 years ago or something like that. But it's it already went through this whole cycle, But the issue that a lot of people had with Piazza d'Italia was about the imagery and it being so neoclassical. And I feel like there's a lot of I see there's a lot of like these sort of snippets of the city being recreated when you're right next to the city. That choice of what images you're curating and putting into this park, when indeed you could just walk through the city, right? You're kind of creating this, sort of simulated interior. And that I think that's the part I'm kind of stuck on, that you'd build out pieces of Grand Central Station or whatever, and that like the way of constructing meaning, like who is that for? Are you following the kind of postmodern idea that people only understand things that are familiar forms to them and literal images, or where do you get your content from, kind of?
I think the way I've been looking at these spaces is definitely, I would say it is for the people of New York. And I mean, it could be for anyone who's visiting the city. Because I think I am using things that are familiar to the people of New York, right? Like I'm showing, like you said, like the skyscraper, like the skyline of New York, or Columbus Circle, or things like that. But I think it's more like, as you walk through the space, the performance that happens in the space kind of gives you sort of like, it's more like a spiritual would be a wrong word, but it's I guess like it's a sensory feeling of what it feels like to be in that space. And the performance then that happens in that moment of time when you're walking through that space sort of makes you look at this, the real Columbus Circle, for example, through a different light. Or like some of the confessional, for example, is, in my opinion, the most metaphorically curated, because I'm showing, like a domestic Victorian living room with, hyper-scaled cabinets versus like really like a forest scene on one side. And what I'm trying to essentially say is, you could get lost in your own thoughts in a forest, or you could get lost in your own thoughts in your own living room. And, there's like sort of a sense of comfort or vastness that comes with it. I don't know if that quite answers your question.
I get the idea. I guess I feel like you might run into the Pershing Square problem, where there's a kind of desire to create a immersive experience, like that's cut off from the city, but independently. And it's a tricky business, because I mean, arguably, like the Mile Long Opera, the design of the Mile Long Opera isn't the opera by Gabriel, it's the High Line, right? And the High Line is not nearly as this kind of level of content, surface representation. So it's sort of it was a weird one, I thought, to choose as your example. I would have thought maybe the LA Olympics would be a good example of something ephemeral and monumental that kind of only existed for 2 weeks. Everything's made out of paper and scaffolding, and take it apart again. But I feel like there's the problem with sets, or even pop-up books, there's kind of like a surface and like a little brace behind it to make it stand up. So they have a very clear structural system. It's kind of simple, probably not very windproof, but whatever. But that, that's sort of, if you're making a set, then it's an interesting, I mean, I love the questions that you've brought up, because it's kind of it's really a reconsidering to me of postmodern ways of making meaning. And I'm curious about, if there's new ways of filtering that.
I also just want to continue the line of references to Charles Moore projects from New Orleans, and bring up the Wonderwall project of 1984, which is a project he did for the World's Fair. It's like 5 blocks from the Piazza d'Italia, and it's precisely of the materiality that Barbara's now describing from the Olympics of the same year. It was built out of paper mache and different kinds of things. It was there to like cover block views and cover electrical wiring for the World's Fair site. And so, I don't know, I think this notion of ephemerality, I love the project. I think it's fantastic. I think it's a beautiful image of what these things are. And I guess I'm just out of enthusiasm for like exploring these temporalities. The flooding temporality interests me less than the potential ephemerality of it falling apart in a month. Like, I just wonder if like there's a different way of thinking through the materiality. And also, I'm gonna say my same comment again, but I can articulate it better this time. So like a pop-up, like it really literally is a tectonic. It's like an origami of folding that enacts a certain kind of things. And the more complex those forms get, the more that registers those forces. And we just did a studio last year on Greek and Roman theaters. And so if you really look at the mechanisms of moving scenery, like the Deus Ex Machina and all of these things, there would be a whole series of like, on the one hand, you get the tectonics of origami from pop-up. On the other hand, scenography has its own machines that do these things. I don't know, I just point you to that because I think you'd find it fascinating, and ways of like enacting these dream images you have of the city. And I think they would help you to introduce the element of time, which you want to make happen with movement. And I think it would give you the means to do that.
I was remembering, I read once Salvador Dali's memoir, so it has to be fiction and not reality. But he says that when he was a little child, he built, he liked to build monumental sculptures when he went to the beach. And he took little stones and put it on the beach and changed his position regarding the stones. So the pair of stones became monumental, like little menhirs in the sand. And all that changed when he changed the position, evidently. So they were literally small scale monuments and ephemeral monuments. But I think that your project deals very good with the idea of monumentality in some of the parts of the project. But I'm intrigued with the idea of ephemerality because you even explain it as a cyclical change of the way it is changing. So it's not disappearing. It's like, would we call Ise Temple in Japan ephemeral because it's being dismantled and remantled every 25 years for 600 years? So I think that it's more than ephemeral. It's like cyclical or ritual, a reconfiguration, a ritual reconfiguration of monumentality and space. So how the moment that it becomes ephemeral is when weather and climate change and climate crisis arrives and takes everything away. But the ephemerality of your project is not, I think it's not embedded in the project because it's ritualistic, the way it's changing, but in the conditions of climate, of the world, in a way.
I'll throw you another reference. You ready?
Yeah.
So Venturi Scott Brown's Signs of Life.
Signs of Life?
Signs of Life, yeah.
Okay.
And it was about the American city. And, there were these vignettes. There were these sort of, I think they had like, some of them had shag carpeting and wallpaper. And there were these thought bubbles sort of attached to the wall, and like signage, and you would sort of read it, and facades of like the Brady Bunch house or some, not Brady Bunch, the It Is Enough house. But that's an interesting reference, maybe because of the pop-up is at the scale of what you're looking at, right? I mean, parts of them are these two, the corners that meet, and there's lawn, that connects them. And so it might be an interesting, and I'm thinking of it because of the semiotic strength of it, so the linguistic, I mean, they were so good at that, right? But the sort of, so I think you can play more on the semiotics of this, and thinking about what is it that you're reading and looking at, and you could be literal about it, but also metaphorical. Because I'll tell you, when a thesis student comes to me and says, "Oh, Jasmine, I want to do a monument. I just want to run, like run to the farthest, you know, like, no, that's like, you know, that's the impossible project. Like, don't, you know, and I think in a way, I would encourage you to push that impossibility even more. I mean, sort of ephemeral monument. You know, who, I think Barbara brought this up. Who's the constituency? You know, who's the audience of the stagecraft? And there's also no presumption of Gesamtkunstwerk. You know, there's no presumption of this being a total work of art, because however as immersive as you'd want to be in it, the minute, you know, it turns, you turn, you know, like there's no way of getting totally immersed. You know, it's not that kind of immersive environment. And so I think all of that you can sort of really play on, and you know, and then you could throw in the Smithsons and the monuments of Passaic. You know, I mean, there are people who have really thought about monuments in really interesting ways related to cities, related to sort of the linguistics of the American dream, or the American suburb, or post-industrial landscapes. So I think, you know, there's a lot of the ones where the signage is there and there's words, I think are the most compelling moments for me, because it's operating at these sort of different scales.
You know, when Jasmine was saying, can I throw out another kind of reference, I realized,
yes, please.
Glad, Shri, I'm really glad that I moved to the living room for your presentation, sitting in front of these Piranesi drawings.
Oh, awesome.
And, you know, yet another reference, but I think that somehow the theatrical and all of these kind of claustrophobic projects that we've been talking about that are situated inside of cities, I think yours is a little bit different. In fact, you're showing us a rather claustrophobic view because of the way in which you're rendering these artifacts, but in fact, you're situating it in a landscape. And in a big park, rather vast park. I was struck by the initial image of the park as a kind of site plan of all of these things dispersed along the stretch of that Manferdini like kind of landscape. And I wonder whether maybe as an iteration of image making, it would make sense for you to resituate your project, not flooded in a kind of, you know, futuristic sense, but more just in the site itself as it would be built out into the landscape. So I see your project much more as a landscape project, with valleys and a kind of picturesque juxtaposition of these things that are spread over time and over distance. And I would imagine that in rendering it in a more kind of realistic way, we'd understand all of the complexity that comes with kind of like pushing these things apart spatially, but also temporally, and being occupied by like bikers and families and diapers and all kinds of things that happen, I guess, when you get to that through that plan. So I'd love to encourage you just to kind of like bridge those images back together and bring our view into the landscape.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting way of looking at it. I think like if I were to take this project forward, the next step would be sort of analyzing the ground condition, like what it means when these things are on the floor, and like how does the ground look like when they're popped up? Like, does it leave an impression of, you know, like the layering of these plates, or is it like, you know, it's just mud? I think that's definitely like the next step of analysis for this project.
So I'm just, if there are other comments from the jury, I'm happy to give more time to the project. Otherwise, I want to congratulate Shri for the achievement of the thesis, for continuing with an idea all the way through, and with this level of, you know, just real estate that you've taken on this summer, which I think has got you into the design of multiple scenery and multiple things and multiple sensibilities that come together. It was a pleasure to see the project coming together, and the leadership that you showed all during the summer. We're now moving to SADVI.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you to all the jury for your comments. It was really helpful. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I know it's been a long day, but I hope you enjoyed the last two presentations. I'm SADVI Jayanth. Let me just share my screen. Double consciousness. The occurrence of a double is of more value than a standalone object. It substantiates the existence of the other by discerning self-identity. Twin buildings are a phenomenon that is evidence of double consciousness. They are a manifestation of the two-ness that exists in society. This phenomenon isn't just about symmetry. It tells a tale that has a meaning far deeper. It tests the grounds for sameness, for embryonic separation, for conversation, for reflection, for identicality, for attraction and repulsion, for political ties, of simulacrum where one isn't a copy of the real, but becomes truth in its own right. Du Bois describes the concept of two-ness as having two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings, two warring ideals. After decades of pressure from historians, on March 2nd, 2020, the Vatican began allowing scholars access to the archives of Pope Pius XII during the Holocaust. The extraterritorial land of the Vatican is all the property that is outside the actual confines of Vatican City. It enjoys special privileges since the Lateran Treaty of 1929. It is exempted from the jurisdiction of local Roman law and is taxed by the Vatican, displaying inherent duality in its existence. The Vatican lives in two consciousnesses, between the material world and a moral God. The chosen site is pertinent to demonstrate the concept of having double consciousness with twin buildings. The existing buildings on the site have similar typologies with internal courtyards and will act as pedestals to the proposed buildings. One of the twin buildings is situated in this extraterritorial property that shares the border with the Vatican City. It will house treasures of invaluable art, literature, archives, and bullion storage. Its access is restricted to the Vatican staff only. The other twin will house physical replicas, digital copies, and holographic images of these treasures, fully divulging undisclosed truths to the world. The facade takes inspiration from Tom Friedman's process of replicating two pieces of paper by crumpling them simultaneously. This facade speaks of a similar replication of material with its inherent properties. The proposed building under the Vatican has been created with idiomatic materials of luxury, divinity, and opulence. The gilded marbles, the gilded mullions, extravagant marble, reiterate the historic glory of Catholicism. Its authoritarian governance prevents access and transparency of its assets to the general public. The autonomous building across the street espouses Rome's embrace of democracy and liberty, built with lightweight concrete, aluminum cladding, and steel mullions. Its democratic governance enables the public with their right to information, revealing the processes and regulations of transactions. The internal organizations of the building starts to reveal more about their specific functions. The difference in the plans tells us more about each of their personalities. The Vatican twin looks inwards. Its artifacts are concealed within marble walls. Its circulation lies along the periphery of the form. The Roman twin, on the other hand, looks outwards. Its artifacts are positioned such that the onlooker has perspective of its pertinence against the backdrop of the city. It is accessible to all. The Pope, as sovereign of Vatican City, owns materials held in the archive archives until his death or resignation, with ownership passing on to his successor. The archives contain state papers, correspondence, account books, and many other documents that the Church has accumulated over the centuries. In keeping with the Vatican's recent decision on disclosure of previously held secrets, the Vatican-protected archives are digitally available in the Roman twin for public access. Since Greek and Roman antiquity, plaster has been a fundamental medium in the long-standing history of replicating artworks, especially marble and bronze sculptures. The surviving Roman copies of the lost Greek statues are of vital importance to understanding history today. I adopted a similar production process of mold making in attempts to better study and understand the process of replication. As holy relics attracted pilgrims to religious destinations, relics became a source of income. They were prized as they were portable. They could be possessed, inventoried, bequeathed, counterfeited, and smuggled to add value to an establishment. The gilded marble is a stark contrast to grouted tiles and plaster. The replicas make no effort to mimic the material qualities of its marble original. Their identity is defined by the awareness they bring by playing the role of a copy. The viewer experiences the political significance of the copy in today's world. The twin buildings interact with each other with their difference in materiality as well as orientation. They confer with each other about the role of replication and its democratization in today's society, about materials and the economic stance they take. The twins are of the same height as the basilica and do not intend to overpower faith. Double consciousness perhaps tells us something about actuality, about understanding oneself through one's reflection, about our exterior facade versus our innermost thoughts, about two opposite poles of a magnet existing in inherent attraction, about rigidity as opposed to freeness, about monarchy versus democracy, about the difference in genes bearing the same hereditary inheritance. What is double consciousness to you? Thank you.
Could you describe a little bit these models that you show side by side? I think they're really wonderful as this sort of like, yeah, as you say, twinning or pairing or compare and contrast. Could you talk a little bit about like how the subject would understand the doubling from the interior of one as opposed to seeing them both?
So the subject would not be allowed inside the marble twin that comes under the extraterritorial property. The marble conceals all its treasures and isn't accessible to the public. It is only accessible to the Vatican staff. So the subject would only be allowed inside its replica building. And all the replicas are very evidently plastered and make no effort to look like real marble or like
no, but I think you misunderstand the question. I understand about access. I'm talking about awareness. And so the replica is a replica because we're aware of its referent. Somewhere exists a marble sculpture that we're looking at in plaster. So we project its existence without knowing that it's there. I'm asking about the architecture, because the architecture is configured the same or very similar. The model highlights a material difference. I'm just wondering, could it be, what is the possibilities of being in the replica twin and understanding that you're in a space that also has another referent, a full marble version somewhere else, or is that not your interest? Because in the twinning that you show here, we understand that they're the same and different. And what I want to know is, can you achieve some of that understanding of the same and difference from being inside one and not seeing them both, which is kind of what I think the plaster sculpture achieves.
Right. I think part of the awareness about looking at a very evidently a copy is understanding our limited access to the world's treasures, and being in the territory of Rome, understanding that there are economic and socio-political influences that prevent exorbitant, luxurious architecture, and you are aware of where you stand. And
but yeah, I guess I just want to push on this because I think it's a really wonderful project, but your answer is an awareness of a milieu or a culture or economy. It's like an awareness of the world and the way the world works. I guess I'm asking more particularly, as I look at my feet in the building of the replica, do I imagine there's another space that mirrors it, but is better? Like, when I turn the door handle, do I think, oh, I'm in the cheap one, but I know there's a better one, and I know it's exactly like, I think that would be maybe not the interest of the thesis, but it would be a very architectural interest about how to like imply something that's not there and like what that means might be. Yeah.
Right. I think the plans of the two and the stacking of floors of the two buildings are exactly the same, although they aren't. They are situated on a different axis. So they're not symmetric, but they are twin buildings, and you are very well aware of what you're missing out on wherever you stand in the building.
Maybe I want to ask John's question as well, like kind of the same question, but slightly differently. Because I'm super intrigued by the doubling. It's like, it's kind of like taking all the things that we obsess over as architects through their representation, but making them present in the project as buildings. So that part of it, I totally get it, and I'm really excited about. The thing that I want to ask is, the way I understood it is that the precious objects are inside of a precious building, and the copies are inside of the copy. And I'm curious whether you would want to maybe switch out the original and the copy, which is to say, I think the precious objects require an infrastructure of environmental support that would turn that building into actually a kind of cheap warehouse space. Whereas the replicas that have the opportunity to produce public space for the general kind of museum goer or a kind of general public, right, would probably produce a lot more opportunities for traffic through that space, would actually require the original architecture, or the kind of the architecture of a kind of extreme marble and ornament. And so I would want to almost like keep the project exactly the same, just exchange the buildings and understand them a little bit more as the function of one versus the function of the other, the function to house objects as one versus the function to open up to the public as the other.
Thank you, Anna. I think that's a great point. I guess how I look at it is when you build outside of the Vatican, you need approvals and you need funding, and you are faced with a lot of practicality of construction and tectonics, and more often than not, projects of this scale or size aren't funded because of just worldly constraints that us architects face. And so I almost think that the luxury and the marble and the gold wouldn't be permitted or wouldn't have been actualized in the replica building?
I wonder if like the idea of shared DNA could go further and get to some of these questions. So the inversion of the say precious artifacts in the less precious building may also be a moment where, rather than the entire collection, one is put in the space and it's donated from the Vatican for a temporary period of time, thus making you aware of its existence in another space at another time, which gets a little bit to John's comment, because I think if you're in the one space and it's full of replicas, then you would have no sense that the original exists in the other twin unless you allow us to look in, right? So immediately I go to, can I look at a camera that gives me a sense of the double? But then because the two are oriented differently, the lighting is different, you know, the materiality is different. And because of that, I see this second, but I know it's not the same. So it's like a parallel universes bumping up against each other. There's something slightly different too. But I could also see that happening in the materiality of the space itself, where portions of the space are actually in the higher quality material. And then it's described as though it's an artifact of the other building, right? As though it's a shared DNA. And I think that ability to occupy, I think the question would be, what is it? What are you trying to achieve on both sides of that line? Are you expecting the cardinals or the Pope to walk through that space and to contemplate the other space, right? Or are you expecting the public to, I don't know, are they supposed to feel envy about not being able to see the other space, or frustration or anger, right? I'm not sure what the broader kind of goal of the two spaces is. But I think if you could conflate that a little more, maybe you could draw out some of those questions.
You know, to me, I think of a closer example, which would be the twin churches in Piazza del Popolo, right? The one by Bernini and the other one, well, a lot of people are part of that. The other one, Carlo Rinaldi. So, you know that they're different. But they come from the same kind of sort of envelope, but they're different, but you don't undermine one better being, better than the other, right? So in this case, I think, for me is really thinking, well, if this is all a representation of the other one, sort of, I'm saying there is the same DNA, but there's a good twin and the evil twin, right? So I'm in the one that is actually not so good, but I aspired in a way, about to be in the other one, or really know the other one. So the way is really thinking of how you sort of avoid that idea of kind of separating them in that kind of sense, that kind of hierarchy, or a way to start kind of mixing something about it. So I have a sense of comparison that they are different intrinsically, perhaps same envelope, same DNA, but different personalities. But I can sort of sense with that. So I'm not really being the one that is evil, and I desire to be on the other one, and therefore I'm undermining, the bad one, because it's all fake in a sense, right? So I think there's a lot of different things that are sort of really critical and really interesting about that needs to be, I think, a little bit more thought out in the explanation, right?
Yeah. SADVI, you should talk to Gabe, because he did this whole studio on evil twin, and didn't you? You did this whole thing with twins, right? You did, yes. So he's a good source. I'm so sorry. I lost 2 minutes into your presentation, my ear things died. So then I had to figure out how to put on another pair. But I remember your face from my lecture in June, where we were talking about the Chumi Acropolis Museum and how, in a way, ridiculous it was to build a museum for something that wasn't there, and hope that it would come if it was built. And in that case, then, and there were questions about which ones were the reproductions and which ones were actual real ones. And we had this whole conversation about, well, the reproductions are this impossible white, you know, and then the real ones have this kind of patina to them. So I'm just wondering if there could be a kind of seamlessness like that. And then there's a moment where you realize they're totally different because one is an imposter and the other one is not, right? And so could one get projected onto the other, right? So in other words, that it only materializes as an image and maybe it's projected onto the inside or on the outside, or I don't know, but there's a performativity there too that, you know, maybe it's evil twin or it's double sort of reasserts itself at night, you know, when this other image gets projected on the interior walls, or, you know, the other artifacts. All the real ones are moved and all the fakes sort of get projected, you know, as a kind of hologram, you know, in the space.
I obviously it's a super interesting project because it brings up all these sort of issues. I just want to bring up another. Something I appreciate about the project is the way you talk about the relationship of the exterior wall to the interior wall, and that they flip, and one affords a view, the other one is interior looking. I think that's super smart. And I think what it brings up is another question. It's a question of typology. The question is, like, most buildings are kind of similar. Like most buildings in the world, are more alike than different. And so I think it just brings up this notion of understanding where the change in configuration renders like really different effects. And so I think that's part of the game here. There's a kind of question of like imagistic imagination and origination and seeing the difference, which I think is part of it. But then also I think there's a kind of, like, I can only think of Walter Benjamin as you go through this project. This is the work of art in the age of mechanical reproduction project par excellence. And so it works for the question of the replica, but it also works for that epilogue at the end, where he talks about architecture being apprehended in a mode of distraction. And so I think somehow the changing of those walls or working on these sort of typological issues would cause like resonances of like both familiarity and difference in a super interesting way. And so I think there's like a multiplicity of strategies that you would want to employ: curatorial, material, typological. And I think they're sort of there, but I also sort of, I don't know, one always wants more.
No, I have to completely agree with that. This is a starting point to an idea and a concept, and of which I try to prove through architecture. And those are great points that I can work on. Thank you.
I guess in an attempt to kind of read it as a viewer, I'm curious about the use of the double consciousness title. That comes from William E. Du Bois, I believe. Like it's So how is it? So is it a critique of social inequality in the doubling? Is that part of what we're seeing here? Like that the cheap copy is the late capitalist reality, that kind of a thing?
Absolutely. While Du Bois speaks about identity at an individualistic scale, I think I'm taking double consciousness and identity at a scale, at an architectural scale. I have deviated from race and nationality, like he talks about, but I see double consciousness as a wide spectrum of things. I think we all live in duality, and there are always two sides to a coin. And I don't see hierarchy in the two buildings. I think that the existence of a copy is just as important, if not more, than the concealed, secretive archives that none of us know exactly what lies in there, but we so badly want to. Just to understand where we come from and our history and the world. And I appropriated Du Bois' double consciousness at a more cultural scale.
I guess I feel like you might be overdoing it in terms of the location of the project, you know, that adjacent to the Vatican in that way, and those original drawings that show it kind of actually taller than the Vatican spire. I think that kind of, it's like that makes it look more like it's an aggressive critique of Catholicism, which maybe it is, I don't know, but it's not necessarily the same kind of intellectual thing that we're really talking about as the content of the thesis. So I think that I feel like citing is always a very complicated thing in thesis projects, because you know you tend to get a lot of baggage with most sites, and you're trying to look at like how do they help you with your topic. And I would say this site isn't, I don't think, helping because it kind of overloads the whole thing. You know, like we don't even look so much at the idea of the structure, superstructure, and wrapper in relationship, say, to, you know, the Vatican itself or something like that. We just have to take for granted so many things to kind of accept the setting of it, that I feel like it maybe isn't the strongest part of it.
Yeah, no, I think that's totally valid. When I chose my site, I had a list of different border conditions, countries with different border conditions. And when I found out that the Vatican actually has extraterritorial land, and this is what it means, that it's actually under the jurisdiction of Rome, but then it's taxed by the Vatican, and I just felt like it had inherent duality in it. And I understand that it does come with a lot of semiotic baggage, but yeah.
I was just thinking, I'm going back to the thing about the original and the copy, which I think it's different from twins or doubles or clones. In a way, I don't think that twin brothers or sisters thinks of them of one original and the other one as a copy, but there's a thing of what do you get. They already, you have been asked of this many times, of what did you get in the copy? But I was thinking in Florence, for instance, where you go to see the David by Michelangelo. It's the replica where you have the authentic experience of the original statue, because it's in the original position, and you see it as you see it when it was finished. So the copy has, or the replica has, something that the original lacks, and in a way, that's interesting when it's not only black or white, the original and the copy, but the condition of the replica. If you're looking for the experience of the statue in the city, is better than the condition of the original, which is in a place that can be secured from the weather and all of that. So I think that probably dealing a little bit with more ambiguous conditions of the original and the replica, the experience of all of that will be more richer for the project than only separating the original and the less and the replica in a lesser way, cheaper way, as John said.
I wanted to add to the point of Barbara. I think that, yes, it's true, the site comes with a lot of baggage, and I think we went through a lot of possibilities. It did also bring with itself so many facets of the idea of duality. I mean, somehow I think the thesis could have other three theses because of the site. I mean, the temporal power, the spiritual power, the financial interest of, and the taxation, and what you know, is a, there are many layers also on the level of the faith, and so it becomes a much larger critique. It seemed like this idea of duality, of dual reality, became also a way of seeing things. Suddenly it's a way in which you can start questioning what is the original, what is a copy, and what is the truth. Does the truth exist? We're in a post-truth reality, which means we're looking for the original concept, but we understand that actually is the copy that creates the awareness of the original. I mean, some things I think actually got added to the discussion because of the site, which I agree with you. is extremely complex. I have to say, to me, it was always puzzling why buildings get repeated next to each other. I mean, from the Twin Towers on, I mean, the idea of the two towers next to each other, or the two buildings, this idea of complete world that they create because they're next to each other, and they somehow complete a vision. And not always they are a mandate from the client saying this is an economical, model of making two buildings that are the same. Some buildings are not really the same. They look the same, but they're not. I mean, I don't know how much really you can save about making two that are quite similar but not the same next to each other. I mean, there is quite a bit of manifestation of the twins, and I think that was, to me, a very puzzling phenomenon that not many people actually talk about, the fact that architects build in pair and why that would be the case. Maybe that's something that the jury can talk about, because I find this, despite the long thesis that we've done during the summer and SADVI, I still think that I would love to hear your opinion about it.
But I think it brings up, Elena, I think it's a super good question. I don't have answers, but like it initiates a couple of different logics. So to go to Gabe's previous example with the Piazza di Popolo, where you just get repetition as symmetry making. So it like enforces its sort of like twinning. But then others, like, I don't know, my sense of the World Trade Center, and shout out to World Trade Center for, 9/12. Like that's repetition is just like they needed another tower. Like I know there's more aesthetically to that, but it does like I think there's a way like that the second one sometimes is a twin or a symmetry, and then sometimes it seems like it's the beginning of a series. And so I think there's already this notion, and I think that could actually be explored in the siting of the project. I agree and disagree with Barbara. I think the site gives you treasure. Literally, it's gold, literally. But I think the buildings could be like a little more artfully arranged on the site. And I'm not sure the twinning, like, I don't know, it seems like it'd be super interesting to have a morphological argument for the twinning on this site, in addition to like just it being paired. And that's where I think the scale's a little big. And, there's various twinnings already happening on this site. And so, like, what would the pragmatic twinning next to the symbolic twinning of St. Peter's Plaza be? Like, I don't know. I think there's a super interesting game that this site initiates that I think would be, I don't know, like there would be an urban version as well as an interior version of twinning as it explores these different modalities.
I mean, it's for sure the symmetry of the plaza is a different symmetry. It's a symmetry that locates the audience towards a specific views of the center and the entry of the procession towards faith, towards God. I mean, it is a clear theatrical for the audience to see. I think the project does not produce symmetry, which I think makes it maybe more contemporary that way. Although they're the same, they don't produce symmetry, so they are not based on the understanding of the audience that those are exactly the same, and it doesn't locate the audience in a very specific way. I think they are, in a weird way, quite fluid. They, because of their height, they're not oriented towards the grid of the city, and therefore they have a much larger spectrum of visibility and orienting. So somehow it's not just at the ground, which I think makes a case for this kind of fluid geometries that are not easily oriented, the spherical buildings that are not clearly oriented. But in case these are two, and they're different materials, so that they start thinking and questioning which one is the original, which one is the truth, and what the role of materials even is in their reproduction. I also think sometimes that there are things that we consider to be original and therefore more valuable, but truly they were always meant to be multiples. Like printing, it is an art form for the reproduction, and the reproduction is actually what makes it not known. Not in a way that this project want to proliferate culture, I guess, instead of considering the treasure as being something hidden that nobody looks at and nobody knows what there's inside. The moment in which you develop a system that creates multiple, you also expand the knowledge of that. And therefore, maybe you even expand the value of the original, because now there are more people that understand what there is you know, what there is in the other building.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, I know, I agree with what you're saying in a way, but there's two readings to it. My first impression of the building when she was showing it, I was like, oh my God, you know, next to the Vatican, right? So there's really this kind of radical position of really being extremely or politicized or critical or some other institution, you know, and using architecture to do that, right? So I think in the relationship of the buildings that you're describing is really quite interesting, but I think its position really, it's inevitable to have that kind of radical sort of view to another project for whatever reason that you're sort of, it seems to be critical of, right? I think the critique that's presenting is really rather benign. It's not really trying to sort of say, you know, this is an institution that we don't believe in, et cetera, right? So it really occupies a different position in that sense, but the sightings suggest inevitably something like that, right? And I think that comes with the territory, and you know, as far, you know, of the kind of permits or whatever of the city, I'm sure the negotiation to actually get this project done will be kind of quite heavy. Of course, you know, in a way to get it done this way. But I think it really suggests this kind of duality about saying, okay, so and being brave enough, and I really applaud you for that, to really put it in a kind of critical position where it's really, it will be, you know, sort of subjected to all those kinds of critical points of view, you know, from all kinds of sort of positions, rather, from even from the people that live there and from the kind of architectural idea. No, from the architectural idea, I really get it, and I really commend that. But I think the other part is inevitable to deal with.
I also think the project somehow speaks to our lack of faith in the original and the truth nowadays. I think that's somehow also a commentary. Maybe we are all deeply aware of the fact that what we are told, what we're exposed to, the truth, that truth is kind of an anachronistic concept. It comes from a time of scarcity of information. Actually, now we are at the opposite side. We're at the opposite side of abundance of information. Therefore, truth is not the value of liberating. No, it is actually, truth doesn't exist. It's something that is fluid, and we all participate in. And just having architecture somehow allow for that awareness that there are copies. The copies are different from the original. The original is not anymore the original even at the beginning. I think an interesting commentary on what kind of expectations we have from what we understand to be the original and the copy and the image of the two. And maybe architecture has also the same difficulties in grappling with this, because we have a practice that makes buildings, and the presence of the building seems to be unique. What happens when they're not unique? What does it say about the architectural field? I mean, and truly there are so many of those examples of double buildings. And there are phenomena that somehow happens and is not questioned. Why two of the same next to each other?
I guess the question of truth, though, truth goes to authenticity. And so I think the statues operate that way. We give an authenticity because of the origin of the statue. We can date it back to a particular place and time, done by a particular person, and therefore it has value. And the casting seems to have less value because it becomes a replica of that thing, right? And so the only thing that's different about the two is maybe the material, but really it's about the provenance of the production of the thing, right? And so that's what we're assigning all this value to, is that moment in time in which it was created. And I would see then in the architecture, it's very difficult, back to Elena's point about truth. The second building, or the twin, or as it was described earlier, the evil twin, or the one that has less quality, it actually has just as much quality as the other. Right. And so it's actually very difficult in the architecture to produce that condition because it's just as authentic, you know? And so there's that strangeness there. And I don't know how to answer Elena's question about the doubling, because that is a strange thing. And it seems to be, in most cases, it's the efficiency of the real estate to produce this icon, but then it's like, you know, turn it up to 11. We need 2 of them in order to make the icon stronger. But it's actually a kind of a developer model where you get 2 for the price of, you get the efficiencies of the doubling, right? But it does produce this other presence. And I love John's comment about how if they're slightly different, are they a series? Or are they just slightly different? They're the beginning of something that's bigger. Never thought of it that way, but it's fascinating to think about.
I find doubles very anxiety provoking. So I think it's all about anxiety. I don't know. It's those twins in The Shining, you know, there's just something really creepy about them, and yet miraculous. So I find them very, there's a whole kind of psychosis, you know, side of it that I think would take you in a very different direction. But, you know, there's a psychology of the double and the doubling and the anxiety of, you know, is it real? Is it not real? Is it a ghost? Is it a phantom? You know? And so, yeah.
I have a slightly different kind of read on this one, which is maybe brought about by the fact that it's related to the Vatican, the kind of concept of the church as this kind of like stand-in for a celestial other place that's not really that you can go to. So that I don't see them as equally real. I see the cheapened copy that you get to go into derives in kind of a much greater energy because of the existence of the fancier one that you can't access. Like the knowledge that that you're in the exact place where the real thing would, like you could be in the exact same place in the real one, somehow adds value not to the real one, but to the copy, right? Like that the copy becomes the actual magical one. The one that has the power is the copy, because the one that can access something other than and greater than itself is the copy, not the original one. It's like it's more valuable. And so in a way, this works at the Vatican because it's like you can't go to heaven, right? But you can go to the stand under the Bernini's what do you call the thing in the middle? You know, on Solomonic columns. So like that so that you can go, that there's a kind of like magical effect. This is kind of old-fashioned like religious architecture question. Like the magical effect of not being the thing that it refers to is what gives it power. And so I think that maybe in that sense the Vatican helped work for me because it gave us a chance to have that other bit.
But also super interesting topic. We all love talking about it. So successful thesis, to be sure. But even just like not only the sculptures, but the notion of the religious relic, which is never on display, but one is made radically aware of its presence in the crypt beyond, or even going back in time to the Greek model, which you have the temple, which everybody sees, and then you have the cella within, which is where the mysteries are contained. And so I think the religious setting like initiates all these versions of like, it's not necessarily doubling, like the terminology I think shifts depending on what way we look at it, but it has to do with like understanding a presence, even as it's withheld from us in some way.
I think that goes back to your initial question, John, which is how do you know that you're in the copy? Like somehow you have to be able to access the sense that, and that goes to Eric's point too. And maybe it is that the mystery factor. So maybe you don't even need the good quality next door, because if you're never going to access it, maybe it's another room in the building that's empty, but you're told that's where all the archives are and they only bring them out at a certain point of the year. Right? So then the mystery is there, but the relic now has a certain value because you're aware of the potential of this other as opposed to it even having to exist.
I'm struck by the fact that when we talk about, well, when we talk about this project being in Vatican City, it's somehow it becomes a very Catholic project for me. And I'm reminded of the story of Moses coming down the mountain in the Old Testament and bringing the 2 commandments on the stone. And of course, at the bottom of the mountain, everybody has assembled to build the golden bull statue and to pray to this figuration, to the figure of God, right? The representation, the doubling of God's image here on earth. And he gets very angry because of course, in the Old Testament, it's a little bit of a different story, but in Judaism, you wouldn't never have a figure representing God. That would be a kind of a blasphemous. And so it's interesting that in this conversation about the original and the copy and the meaning that we produce and provide to the original and the kind of blasphemy that maybe we understand with the copy, at least in my heritage. But I think, Sadvi, somehow in your story, you actually enact Catholicism. You enact the kind of reproduction of the figure that we hold somehow to represent God. It's a strange thing to end up here, no? I'm not sure if if that's where you thought you would go with the project. That's not probably where where you come from personally. I'm not sure, but I'm curious also to kind of put that story into the context.
You know, I mean, I really like, you know, I mean, it's really interesting because then to me, it really starts to, you can argue the project as a metaphysical construct, right? Where the metaphysics of the building has to do, or the kind of history of metaphysics has to do with the articulation of the ideal, right? So if there is really that, I think there's really also a kind of very sort of powerful metaphysical construct that obviously relates to Catholicism because of the origins of Catholicism. So I think, in a way, if there is such an ideal of, they begin to sort of talk about this notion of ideal and the real and the representation in a metaphysical sense, I think there is that connection to Catholicism that is really quite strong in that sense. So yeah, I think the project really starts to engage all kinds of weird notions that are really different levels, right?
But I would super interesting. You answer. What do you think? Are you Catholic?
Not by birth. I'm not. But it's really not a commentary on Catholicism, or it's not an acceptance or rejection of the religion, really. You know, there is God, and then there are rosaries, or there is the cross that we hold so dear, and which we, you know, have faith in, and which we call, which is a representation of God, really, and relics are you know, play the same role, and I don't, and we call upon God by its replication, by God's replication, and so.
But sorry, this is so interesting. You set this up. I want to ask the question: if you have not a religious belief, but come out of a religious tradition that has a different question of replication, but I also want to soften the religious tone right before I ask you that, because it's not only Catholicism, I would say it's a Western metaphysic. So it goes all the way back to Plato and his sense of ideal forms, where there's a question of referentiality, origination versus like literally metaphysics beyond the physical, but it's a referential structure. So I'm just curious, like, do you come from a cultural tradition where, like, what's the status quo of image making and replication?
Well, I do come from Hinduism, and there are all kinds of representations or paintings or idols that represent the idea of what God actually is. And there is, and you know, Hindus do believe that there is a self, and then there is a soul, but then there is something. There is a spirit, or there is energy that's bigger than all of us. And so there is a duality there as well. And so there is a cosmos, and then there are humans. And I feel like the question of duality really isn't about just the Vatican or just the West, but I do feel like just with human beliefs, just with human faith, there is, across the planet, there is duality. And there is a sort of double consciousness to that.
Cool.
Somebody asked me if I'm Catholic. No. As an Italian, do I strike you as a say no? So I can tell you all about all of this, but no, I will spare you. So I want to thank SADVI for the fantastic summer. I had a great time working on the twins. This, I have to tell you, has been an obsession of mine for a long time. And SADVI, Anna, she was one of the people that were in the drawing competition, that both of us were jurors. I didn't even know, to be honest with you. And so we both selected her. And I think this was the beginning of where actually the drawing was a double. I mean, it was a drawing on a drawing. And so that was the beginning of this thesis on two-ness, which was a good journey for me. And I hope that it was also a good journey from SADVI, because it opened many doors, which probably are not closed now, but definitely I think it went through a path of understanding why architects build in doubles and what that could mean. And besides the idea of symmetry, and I think it brings up many, many issues. So thank you, SADVI, for the interesting summer and bringing up many questions.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed working with you. Thank you.
And now we have the last student of the day, Kumaran. I think he will close the day with some of the same questions that Amanda opened with. So it's actually interesting that one is the beginning of the afternoon and one is the end of the afternoon.
Point of order.
Yes.
A 90-second break.
Absolutely. Why don't we do this? We get 5 minutes break. We see each other at 5:20. I understand. We all need that. Ciao. 5 minutes. No, SADVI, I will talk to you about the Vitello d'Oro.
Yeah, all in good faith.
I'll get something to drink and I'll be back. Water, only water.
Congratulations, SADVI.
Congratulations to you too.
We did it!
SADVI, congrats. Congrats, Shri.
Thank you. Congrats to you too.
Oh, I gotta come on. Be quiet for a second. Hold on.
Yeah, come on back.
Congratulations. Everyone's doing so well. It's so chill.
I can't believe we're done. It feels unreal.
So unreal. So unreal.
I don't know what I'm going to go
do. We just need to have like a conversation about spirituality and like energy, you know? It's just vibe.
I want to talk about all the good outputs. I feel like our group has been like.
We got lucky.
It's so funny. Could be wrong, but so funny.
Y'all did good. No, everyone's reviews have been really interesting. Okay.
So good. So proud of everybody. Amazing work. So exciting. Yeah.
Very weird time to try to focus on.
Oh my God. Yeah. Totally.
But it's not I was thinking about like saying something today, you know, like opening up.
Like a broad gesture.
Yeah, just like sort of acknowledging the fact that we're very weird. But
I think it's coming through. I think, of course, it comes through. You know, it could not come through. But I get the idea. You feel like you need to like tangibly, you know, put the rock in front of the
No, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's like we all. This is all for the hope of a better future. Like, trying to get us out of our little chambers. Good project.
Sadvi, you're muted. I see your lips moving.
Oh, sorry about that. I didn't realize I've been talking.
Like nodding like before.
I'm excited for graduation tomorrow. I'm curious how it's gonna be. Does anyone have any ideas?
I think it's gonna be pretty crazy.
Are we gonna have like avatars walking down the League of Shadows?
I'm with Damian and John in charge. I'm sure it's going to be
anything's possible, right?
Yeah, totally.
It's almost it's just like an out of body experience to be done. You know, we're not like officially out of SCI-Arc yet, but we're kind of done. It's so weird.
Well, and the fact that your exit strategy is to just click the button, you know,
right,
for disorienting.
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
I click leave meeting and then I go eat dinner with my parents, you know.
I know, there's no sense of boundary anymore. Like, all right, my bed is next to me. I'm done. Let's go to bed.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Too weird. You hit it on the head, I think. As I like look around and I go from my weird like, you know, filming setup to the pillow from where I just slept. Like,
yeah,
a little too close, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not anymore.
Ragazzi, how are you?
I see someone has moved to a car.
Eric needs to
I know,
stay
Eric.
still
Where
for
are you
20
going?
minutes.
We still have one here.
It's busy.
Eric's got things to do, man. Man on the move.
Eric, where are you going?
You pick us something up at the store?
I gotta go get dinner. We have a new juror.
He's gonna get in a wreck talking to us.
Get into a car crash. Don't talk to him. Turn off the video, Eric.
I see a baby in the back.
I am going to turn off video, but you know where I'm listening. I'm here. I just am in the middle of something as I listen.
So where's Barbara Bestor? She's putting a martini. I can see that. I can hear the noise from here. Ding, 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 ding. So Gabe, where are you? In Texas right now?
Yes, I've been in Texas for all this time. Yeah, I've gone anywhere. It's been horrible.
Yeah. I mean, there are places, yeah, well, you know, hunting is bad anywhere. Alejandro, where are you right now? In Mexico City?
Mexico City, my house and my office for the last 6 months, wearing no shoes. I forgot how to wear shoes.
Yeah, no, I agree. Me too, I have to say. I have an extensive collection of shoes, and I think I've worn 3 pairs in the past 6 months. Just because I don't go anywhere.
Yeah, me too. I like clothes and I wear clothes, you know, like I really love to do that, but then I haven't really wanted to just a t-shirt and you know, some pair of pants. That's it for the entire 6 months.
The students were talking about how strange it is to complete school and basically just click a button and be out of school. And it's the same for us. There's no commute now, which is fantastic, but you're always in the exact same space. But what's been interesting is I've actually traveled the country more than I would normally, but I'm sitting in my office.
True.
So what is Barbara Bestor? Barbara, I can hear, yeah. 5:24, we give it another minute and then we start.
Elena, did Tommaso give you flowers?
No.
Breakfast in bed?
I bought them myself ahead of time. I bought them on Thursday to make sure I had them on Saturday. This is just to tell you because my 2 days have been always here, either in school or here. So I knew that it would not happen. And this morning at 7, I started baking my own cake. How about that?
Bravo.
So yes. Elena, how's the bambino? He must be really big now.
Bambino is 3 years old, so you know.
Oh, yeah.
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 You know.
Last time I saw him, it was I think 1 year old or something.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, he grows and he's much more vocal and speaks 3 languages. And
oh, nice.
Well, he would, you know, would be good to send him to school. So size, for his own age. Different than mommy. Okay. Kumaran, I think maybe we can do it. I think maybe Barbara will join us. I don't see her at the horizon. So if you're fine with it. Oh, no, she's coming. Okay, we're all here. Kumaran, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the last SCI-Arc graduate thesis presentation. I'm Kumaran Parthiban, and my thesis is called a Z object. I have, I'm going to share a link to a video on Vimeo for those of you who want to watch it in higher quality. But for the rest of you and everyone on YouTube, I'm going to screen share the video. So let me just do that. It's on the chat. And just as a courtesy reminder, can everyone like just mute yourselves when you watch the video so there's no interruptions? With that said, I'll get started.
There is no sound. Kumaran. Kumaran, you want to share with the sound?
Yeah, 1 second.
Still no sound.
Sorry about that. 1 second.
Swipe, tag, scroll, and share content at any and all times of the day. These are the defining behaviors and gestures that are enabled by the internet, social media, and the technological advancements in the age of Gen Z. Especially with the pandemic in place, everyone is forced to behave like the Z generation, connected at all times through the various digital platforms while remaining within the confines of our domestic spaces. Additionally, what we call home is no longer emblematic of the sole domesticity, but also of work, play, interaction, and creation. The home was a typology in which we had privacy, intimacy, and was emblematic of one's subject. It now encompasses the entirety of our lives. My thesis takes life at home as an optimistic departure from the physical world to create an extended digital construct within the walls of our domestic spaces through the gestural medium of virtual reality, which results in the creation of the Z objects. The Z objects are personal and customizable digital assets that an individual or a group of people own. This is made possible by transitioning from a two-dimensional touchscreen to a more intuitive three-dimensional gestural space of virtual reality. Today, you will be seeing 3 Z objects. Glow, a Z object I created for myself. Cloud, a collaborative design platform. And Lux, a Z object for digital luxury. Glow is a Z object I designed for myself, which represents me, an architect, a designer, and a gamer, connecting the various objects, tools, and platforms which are the defining aspects of my life. Architecture within this space becomes dynamic and interactive. A tiny handheld Game Boy can be scaled up to become an arcade machine. Also, a pet fish could become my assistant within this Z space. The assistant delivers notifications, keeping me connected to my social circle, and offers all the tools and utility I require. Everything within this space is gestural. I can swipe to see more notifications and draw my responses. The Game Boy can become a larger TV screen, and my AirPods from the physical world become stereo speakers. I have access to all my apps from my digital world, Spotify for music, and Twitch to live stream, and much more. I can customize my objects. In this case, my shoe can be changed by simply using a 3D paintbrush, enabling the ability to continually alter its identity quickly, then document it, and make it a part of my environment, and even take a selfie. Opaque, metallic, and translucent blobs of paint form the cloud. The second Z object, the cloud, is a collaborative design platform. The user is transported within the interface where the interactions occur, meaning architecture becomes an active user interface for creation. Design tools from the physical, like the spray can, and the digital, like the color picker tool, etc., form the environment of the cloud. The multitude of interfaces in which designers work, including physical fabrication, modeling, and the various digital softwares, are combined in a user-friendly and intuitive cloud, giving more freedom and opportunity. Here you see my friends Julia, Irvin, and their pet assistants working together to create a new Z object. Julia's pet is a robot, and Irvin's is an optical rock. Julia's pet delivers her folder, and she drags open a board of ideas from within it. The board includes a collection of pictures, videos, material samples, annotated with 3D forms, lines, and text. You can lower the brightness of the background or even completely hide it with the help of a slider to create a neutral workspace. Spotlights, ring lights, and area lights can be repositioned and scaled as required to provide optimal lighting. The pet assistants help with the documentation and work collaboratively to lessen the workload on the user. Hand over the video camera and your pets will take care of all the documentation and even clean up the surroundings. Designing within the Z object is fast and intuitive when compared to designing on the computer. You can see Julia painting in 3D space and Irvin sculpting by stamping to add and subtract geometry. If you're not happy with what you've created, deletion is easy. Simply grab your object you wish to delete and toss it away. Materials within the Z object are categorized by their visual properties. You can also choose to mix materials to create new complex ones that are impossible in the physical world. When you're all done, you're able to label and annotate your creation. You can even reset the entire platform by simply jumping on the reset button, which puts everything back in its place. Let's have a closer look at what Julia and Irvin designed, the third Z object, Lux, a place to experience virtual luxury. Lux is made of opulent materials. Shiny rocks form the indistinguishable ground, walls, and ceilings. Ribbed vaults create a feeling of enclosure while remaining open and light. Intricate helical staircases connect the various levels and surfaces of the Z object. The reflections and refractions add depth to the environment and change the reading of the space. Within this Z object, the elements are distinguished by material rather than their form. The projection of the human condition has been hurling towards endless personalization. The advancement of computation and digital technology has enabled an unparalleled explosion of customization both for individuals and groups. This thesis is the cumulative result of intuitive and advanced world building on a very personalized level. Architecture, since its inception, has been on a similar course, not only for the client, but perhaps more importantly for the designer. With the new normal pointing more towards staying connected within our domestic spaces, the Z object will become the next frontier by redefining life at home. This better represents the contemporary zeitgeist and will breed new opportunities by creating immersive and interactive architectural spaces.
I'm gonna have the video looping for the conversation. So if you
Swipe,
get started,
tag,
go on.
like.
Thank you, Kumaran. I think you closed the day, and Amanda maybe started it on the same note. What does it mean to work today in our homes, and what does it mean to be a designer? And I think somehow, although I don't think there's anybody in the jury in the Z, I think we do live with the Z generation right now. So it's interesting that you are telling us what the future of our lives, domestic life now.
You know, I mean, I would like to ask you. I mean, we see all these things, and one of the conversations we had in other projects earlier this morning was really, how does this help to get agency for an architect? So, in other words, how does that help us? Is helping us to achieve that? I mean, to me, that's an important question for these kind of sort of investigation.
So for me, I think there was a huge rift between the way I identify myself and the different multiple identities. Like I have to like host over a day, like as a family member or as a student, as a designer, as an architect. And I think that the physical construct or the physical world that we've built for ourselves in the physical reality is also something that we've constructed, and it is a construct. And I like to like say think of it that right now, especially with technology and social media and everything, like our gestures and behaving, like advancing in a very rapid pace, like it does not represent, I feel it does not represent me like well enough. And I feel that I need to like construct an alternative, like a construct or a digital reality. And that I am expressing myself through the Z object, which is an asset that I would own. And that is like an object that you would also occupy. And it has like all your daily found objects and domestic objects. And it sort of integrates like the digital and the physical in a very unique way. And it's also personalized and customized to each person or a group of people. So it better represents the fast changing zeitgeist of our contemporary world. And I think that's what I'm trying to achieve with this project, especially like with the pandemic being in place and we're all being trapped within our houses. I think that being within the house is no longer just a safe space or it's very entertaining. Everyone feels trapped, and we need to like sort of find new opportunities while staying within the space. And I want to like move away from the 2D screens and the devices that we use to a more three-dimensional gestural space of virtual reality.
But could you explain just a little bit more like the relationship between the Z object and the various interfaces you show? So I can understand this like object that like floats in space and you move through it. I think it's all super interesting. They don't all have to be of the same ontology, but I think the Z object in its form and occupation is very different as an argument than taking your earbuds out and making them into speakers. But they're talked about as like being of the same system and so, or inflating your Game Boy, which is like an archaic piece of technology that you're going to inflate to make into another archaic technology of the screen. And so it seems like there's these two registrations, one which is about a kind of, I would say a kind of rudimentary lawnmower man version of VR, where you're sort of interfacing with crude representations of objects. And then there's this like hyper sophisticated Z object, which is the sort of like shell and not shell, but some kind of other thing. I'm curious about the relationship between these two registers.
So I sort of like took a basic framework to construct it on. Like initially everything was very abstract because it's virtual reality and there's no like framework to build on it. So we needed to like, there was no ground actually, even in the first Z objects. It was very confusing for people to like work within virtual reality and to exist within the Z space. So to add more points of references and like sort of like ways and familiarity to the users to use it more, I had to like create like a shell, like which is like similar to the existing architecture, and then the objects that we then infiltrate it with, like our furniture and our objects that we own as assets. So I wanted to bring in together like the physical world assets and the digital one together in one interface and make that the architecture itself. So, and also we know that in virtual reality, there's no sense of scale. So I fixed a sort of sense of scale over the shell and then changed the sort of like sense of scale over the objects that then infiltrate it. So you could also like enlarge them and make them a part of the environment.
Can you explain a little bit more what you mean by digital asset? I mean, I'm trying to think asset as a kind of, it has a kind of market value, or it has something that you leverage against your, it's like the house you leverage against something else, right? So,
yeah. So
I mean, it's a very abstract sort of consumption and exchange, right? I mean, because it is in this other dimension. So it's not like, it's not transactional in the sense of the other objects you have, you gave this money to get this good, and it's sort of in your house and it's part of a collection. So what do you mean by asset?
So we do belong a part of like, we do like use the internet a lot these days, and we do buy like digital assets. Like it could be like files, or it could be like a material that you buy, or like a template, something that only exists in the digital world. So I am seeing the Z object as a commodity that that the architect would then design for you, that only exists in the digital world, that you then buy from the architect. But then again, it's, as a designer and as an architect, everything is personalized and customized to you, because that's what architecture offers. And so this is a digital asset. It is a commodity that you get it tailor-made for you through your architect.
Well, but the form is very idiosyncratic. So on the one hand, you're talking about kind of, mass customization, but on the other hand, that formally the way it sort of, and the color and the shapes, and it's very, as you said, it's very much a product of you, right? So it's very idiosyncratic, and in a way, it is sort of like the first project for me. It is sort of very biographical. You say it's only the first Z object that's about you, but I see this as a kind of world that is an interior world that I suppose you could market, to other buyers or other consumers. But the idiosyncrasy is something that I think would never go away. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out who I guess the audience is, who the consumer is, because it does seem like a very personal journey.
No, fair enough. The personal thing, I just want to say about digital assets. My son only spends money to buy skins for a game that's supposed to be free. So for Fortnite, he spends tens of dollars every week on stuff that's, the game didn't cost anything. It's all just like nothing. So there's a market.
I mean, to me, the real question again, and I think there was a similar project also earlier this morning about the kind of something that is really quite personal, almost autobiographic, and those become very intimate projects where there is not such a sense of a collective. So it's like, it's about me, it's about my searching for identity, my own world, my own design, etc. Right? So it really gives you a sense of connection to that. But then how do other people begin to access that? Not only by the transactional aspect of selling things back and forth, but it's really, how do you open that idea of this world to someone else to be participant? So I think to me, that's an important question where it's really, it's very personal and it's really fantastic. But beyond that, how does anybody else can be incorporated in that kind of world, or be participant of these kind of construction of these kinds of worlds?
Yeah, so I think that like how John just said, like skins, like that, my third Z object is very similar to that. It's almost like luxury in the virtual reality. So you sort of like are buying virtual luxury, and it's sort of maybe is more affordable to everyone. And the second one is a design platform. So you could sort of like, I think like by just like engaging yourself in like sort of an immersive environment where you can design, where things are much faster and much more intuitive, is a much faster and much better way to design than designing over a computer. And it's also like I showed in the video, it really lets you collaborate in the same space of real time, which is something which is very interesting actually, over than a 2D screen or transferring files. And that offers like a lot more opportunity, I think. And
what software are you using? Gravity? How do you modeling this? What software are you using?
Everything's actually modeled on virtual reality. I used Oculus Medium, and I used a little bit of Gravity Sketch, a lot of Tilt Brush, and a lot of Oculus Medium. And then because of and all of them were actually modeled to be experienced in virtual reality, but unfortunately, because of the format of the thesis, I'm having to make rendered videos and a short film. But ideally, like you could occupy them, and you could be surrounded by these objects and interact with it.
I guess my question would be more about, you can't take out of this project the current reality we all exist in. which is we all kind of occupy a much more limited territory of space. And so in some ways, the virtual side of this becomes an escapism from where we currently exist in the world. And I wonder, does this work in an AR way as much as it works in a VR? Meaning, do you need to separate from the physical world in order to produce this condition? Or could you imagine a version of this where the virtual actually operates with the physical? Because it seems like you're doing several things. You're making your connected life spatial and more intimate, as opposed to through a very particular interface, right? And so that seems like something that can happen in an augmented setting as much as it could in the virtual setting. But then the totalizing design that you've produced that separates us from our everyday existence also seems really important to the project, right? How do you kind of sit relative to that?
So I think the very first step of this project, when I started working on this thesis post-thesis prep, was to choose between AR and VR. And I felt like, given the conditions right now, it felt good to do a VR thesis, because also, like, from a technical point of view, like, VR is much more easier to like distribute to people and much more easier to technically solve. Like, from a technical standpoint, it's a lot easier than AR, because AR is still under development and we don't have like good enough like hardware tools to link between the mapping the physical space with the digital spaces. And it can be very problematic, because I personally worked on a lot of AR projects before this thesis. So I think, I definitely think, because the Z object is a digital asset, it could exist in augmented reality as well. But for this thesis, I have done it in virtual reality.
I think it's all very interesting. I think there's a kind of conflation of a couple of things that you talk about: an asset, a platform, a tool, and an interface. Because the project seems to go through all of these things kind of fluidly. And so, like, I think there's just like put a point to it, the difference between a platform and an asset. Would you say your thesis is the design of an asset, which would be the Z objects as we see them? Or is it the design of a platform, which is somehow the space in which this would occur? Like, which one do you think it is? Because you kind of touch on all of them.
Yeah, so I do think that it goes across all of these aspects, but I think it's more dependent on who it's being designed for and what the purpose is. So like I gave the examples of, like, the first one is a more personalized space. And for me as a designer, I would require the tools to have like to design in virtual reality and within the Z object. So which was interesting. And that's exactly why I had those tools available within the first Z object. And the second one was purely a design platform for public and collaborative purposes for designers and for anyone else who wants to use those tools. So it was that one. And the third one is completely different from all of them.
But I guess this is the thing, like, I appreciate the project. And Elena, this reminds me of the student yesterday who did the extruded 3D printing. Like, I think there's a lot of accomplishment in simply doing the thing, but like, you're already using the tools that do some of these things. And so you're sitting inside a technological shell as you propose these things. It doesn't mean it's wrong, but I wonder, some of the things that you attribute to the Z tool are just in the VR tool set you've accessed. Some of them are in, you know, simulations of things. I don't know, like, in a way, it's a kind of a story about like a world that could happen, but I don't know. I still don't believe everything is, it could be all of these, but I don't think the project, how can I put this? I really like the assets. I think I like what you've designed. And I think there's a version where you have these as digital assets, and the whole question of interface and individuality and visiting, these conceptual models are already worked out. Like, Animal Crossing is built on this idea that you go to somebody else's thing and you see their thing. Like, so those are all, that's sort of worked out. I think it could be more realistic in terms of its economies, and it's sort of like where it's going to sit in what's already a highly developed economy of attention and of dollars. Like I think the technology are actually further along than this presentation implies. And I think you could simply come in and say, I don't know, maybe there's a series of startup companies, one that's just about the digital assets that you occupy, one that's about like this notion of the scaler, where you scale stuff up. Like there's sort of like multiple companies involved, I guess. It's a very confusing way to talk about it, but I think it's a super interesting project when you talk about the Z object, it seems to refer to all of these things. And I think the Z object will be a subset, and we need the Z object and the scalar interface and we need more terms, I feel like. Sorry.
So I would like to ask you, like, let's say this is really a product that we're living now, and we have to be sort of enclosed within our own environment, right? So, but it's like if you had your sort of if this will be extended, else once you sort of do that, can you do can you envision a world like Ready One Player or something like that? So that that this kind of expands in the future and something even outside of the kind of intimate space. Is that really what it would be, kind of the goals of it, kind of being able to do something like that and kind of fluctuate between those two realities?
Yeah, I definitely think so. Yeah, that was sort of like the initial idea I started the Z object on, like to sort of like grow it and make it like an ecosystem of like a bunch of things. So you don't have to exactly own one, you could have multiple. So like just having a collection of Z objects, like because it's an asset, you could own like more than one. So one could be your personal space, one could maybe replace your office space. And so you could possibly own all the three that I showed today, and together they would form that world you're talking about.
I guess that brings up another question though, because you're being the architect of this space. And so therefore you're assigning values to certain things spatially, right? And also in terms of performance, that then you're describing it as a very personal space in which I saw Irvin in there. Irvin is designing his own elements within this space. And so then the question is, and Irvin's also an architecture student. So Irvin could design his own space. At which point does then the architect have a value in this conversation? Because if I can go in and design my own space, and the whole point is for this kind of extreme personalization, then how do you begin to curate or improve a Z object so that other people find your version of the Z object desirable, right? What are those qualities that show up that you're bringing to it with your architectural thinking?
Yeah, I think those were like the points that sort of dictated my world to like me starting to design this world, like giving it a ground or giving it an enclosure and making it and choosing like materials on it. I did like start thinking of it as an architectural place, because initially when I made the first few iterations of it, they were so abstract and they were so, I would say like art pieces, like no one understood how to like navigate within them. But then I started questioning the Z object like with like more of architectural terms of like having a ground. And we also had like over the summer we had like experts like talk about like in different like we had lots of presentations, and some of them were about VR and AR, and I questioned those experts about like what they think about having a ground within VR is, because it's a very important thing, like having a ground, because even though we are in virtual reality, it does sort of link back to the physical world, because there's gravity and you are standing, and you cannot like climb a stair basically in virtual reality without like physically knowing it's there. So it needs to be a very curated experience. So there were these technical aspects to like architecture, and between bouncing back from the digital and the physical in terms of materials and in terms of like behaviors of the space that you occupy. So I think that's where I try to like innovate as an architect, like having like subtle movements in like the environment, like still having a ground that's almost flat, and having like some of the walls like not being a flat like rectilinear 90-degree wall, but then having some like them being very amorphous and sort of like slightly animated, so you still feel comfortable within the space. I think it's sort of like hard to describe it without having everyone like actually go into VR and feel the immersive space. But I think that's like where I want to actually go next and like show everyone the project in actual virtual reality.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on what Marty said. You know, we've talked about it before, I think, this afternoon, but what is the architectural agency here? Do we need an architect for this? You know, on the one hand, the project is very joyful. You know, I think it's the color, it's the, you know, you want people to have a joyful experience, right? This isn't, you're not creating these spaces that are traumatic, right? In other words, it's meant to create a kind of escape. But it's also very nihilistic because it's like, you know, I mean, maybe it's this whole afternoon, architecture has lost all sense of indexicality, right? There's no index. I mean, I don't know, maybe there is. Or we just radically redefine what the index is, right? And so you're gonna have to educate me on how this is an architectural problem that is pushing up against architectural discourse in a way that you think is valuable, you know, in beyond, you know, the kind of the software or the, you know, the interface, right? That you are seeing a problem out there in the world of architecture that you want to address, right? But you know, yeah, I'll leave it there. There's joyfulness and there's nihilism.
But I wanna say something, because I think, isn't there a problem in houses now that we are in this house? Now we've been all for 6 months in this place where we put all our expectation of joy. You know, the house is a place of safety, the family. We all have a mortgage. This is like the biggest investment of everybody's life is truly the house, more or less. And now that we are in the house, we understand that actually there are cold walls and it's finite, it's engaging. And actually this idea, this is a place of happiness, is maybe shifted. Maybe then I think we need to understand that the house, if we are going to live and work in the same place for a long time, actually needs an architectural revision, that the place is not the place we expect it to be. And in order to be flexible, I think the house is all a green screen. I mean, I think at some point, Kumaran showed me his house, and it was clear that there is no more house. The house is basically take away all the furniture, you have your computer screens, and you have just a green screen, and everything is tucked in the back, and it becomes a completely different paradigm of what the house today would need to be. It's not this place of leisure through objects. I think it's a place of work and leisure and house through a digital set of assets. And what if this could change if we cannot go out and do these different things? We don't go in a place of work, we don't go in a place of leisure, we don't go outside. How do we then take the place that is fixed and change its appearance so that the way in which we consume domesticity changes?
Yes, but hopefully one day we will get out again. So then what, is this no longer an asset? I mean, I guess what I'm wondering, and I'm pushing you on this because you know, to me, it's a very slippery slope to sort of say, you know, in a way, it's like, it's this total abdication of what it is that we do. You know, we're a service industry, right? So what service are we providing, you know, here? And so I think, you know, I think it's, yes, it's forcing me to totally rethink, you know, again, what I think I said in previous reviews at SCI-Arc that I don't have I think the letters have changed, the words have changed, right? We don't really have a language within the discipline of architecture to talk about this, you know, and I think that it is a responsibility of ours to find that language and not to rely on other people's languages, right? I mean, it reminds me of I saw Gramazio and Kohler give a presentation years ago at CCA. And, you know, and I was trying to ask them, so what was the project? Was the project this sort of, you know, tectonic exploration? Was the project kind of finding these jigs, you know, to get the robot to perform a certain way? And he said, I think it was Gramazio, he said, you know, we're software designers. Like that's what the architect is they're a software designer, right? And so maybe that is true, you know, and if it is, then I need to be convinced more. We need to collectively or singularly find a language to talk about this, because there's an impoverishment, descriptive impoverishment right now, that we are borrowing from all these other places. And it's like, no, we need to figure out how to talk about this as architects.
No, but at the same time, I think I really like the project. You know, I know we're just asking all these questions because I think there's a lot of things. For me,
as I said, it's also joyful, right? So
yeah,
it's
yeah. But the most problematic, man, is really the question of agency, in the sense that how it benefits not only your own reflection, but it really starts to channel somewhere else, right? So to me, that's really, I mean, I think it's an important question to ask, and you know, given the times, etc. Not so much the language, not so much the reason why doing it, which I totally buy, etc. And really the premise around it. I think there's some valid questions about whether there's really a platform, whether it's really the kind of the C object or not, etc. I think those are really sort of things to be resolved specifically to the project. But in the bigger picture, for me, I want to believe that VR is going to be an important tool that we're going to be using, right? So that is the kind of explanation that I'm also looking for. And the idea is, how do you plug into that idea and start to kind of moving outside of that? That's what I said, you know, sort of quoting this other movie, right? Because it's really thinking, well, okay, in a kind of privatized world, the kind of reflection of myself, it does work, and it makes my life joyful. But beyond that, how do I do that for others, and how does really advance the kind of discipline or my agency further out, you know, of in another realm of VR, or the combination of the real world and the VR world, as I would sort of, you know, hope to live in the future or something, you know?
I think the project also puts VR not in a place of simulation of reality, which I think is somehow the way in which architects use it now. You know, you do the thing, you give it to a client, they can visualize what it will be before you build it, and therefore is an experience for them to see what you will build afterwards. This is it in itself, the environment. So the VR is where it ends, and I think it is an interesting proposition that we would design this not as a medium for then representing something real, but actually that state is where, as architects, we could actually operate, because the constraint of reality are such that architecture needs to do so many things at the same time, needs to change so much, needs to go to a fast pace. And we now have tools that allow you to do this. You have a computer, you have an iPad, you have a screen, you have a little object. So you have those things. What if you connect them all together and it becomes all integrated, and it becomes something that's quite designed in that way? I don't know. I think to me, seems like there is an architectural premise in the project that says also the domesticity is completely changed. And I agree with Jasmine. So are we going to go back out? I don't know. Can you tell me? I was waiting for being, I was thinking that, oh, I want to be home for 2 weeks. It's been 6 months. So I do understand that at some point we will go out again. But also maybe it's obsolete the idea that as each artifact of architecture has to be fixed, and that is where things need to happen. So it's compartmentalized. A topology for the house, a topology for the office, topology for drinks with friends. And somehow, can it be more flexible? And can VR do that for us? I don't know. There are questions to me on the table that are quite interesting.
I wonder if there's an opportunity to think about, you described the strangeness of the space and having a hard time navigating that. And I wonder if there's an opportunity to bring back the fact that you can't walk upstairs in a VR environment. Would there be a way to bring back the scanned space of the house that you're in, and then start to augment or change that through your design, so that you can get the registration of the physical environment in certain ways, but then you have the ability to begin to alter and change that and design other things within it, so that you give a bit more, rather than it only existing in the virtual, it occupies this kind of in-between moment where you can also augment or change the physical within this space, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to be, I don't know, be contrarian a bit. I think it's too late for us to argue the irreality of this object. Too late. Happened a long time ago. We're already there. It might not look like this, but like we're online, we're locked in our homes. this whole notion of we may get out again seems illusory. I mean, yes, we'll get out again, but like we're already living here. So I think for me, the question is like, I want more design. I want more design. The things you talk about that are problems are the things you avoided, I think. So you talked about the need for a floor in VR. That's super interesting. I want to see you move on this thing. That for me is a design problem and an architectural problem.
Yes.
I think all the interface stuff for me is like a nice demonstration, but it's sort of this slippery referent where it's like, I designed this object. Now these people are in this object and they're going to design another one. So we're not even sure if it's about authorship or whether it's a tool or an object. And so I don't know, that's where it all gets very slippery. But I think if you could figure out how we move on this thing by whatever means, that would be super interesting because your figures are always static. They literally move like TikTok dancers. Their legs don't move, their arms do stuff. We appreciate the dynamicism, but I think if this object is three-dimensional in space, there would be reasons to move around it. I'm not criticizing the project. I think the project's fantastic. I think the next project, if you want to push it forward, is that. What is the relationship of the physical floor paradigm to like floating other things? What are the mediating modes of working through that? That's an architectural problem to answer, Jasmine, but also one indigenous to this new setting, which is the VR question.
Right, I totally agree, John. And I think then to your point, to just extend that, then you would have to come up with a new word for floor, right? Because now you've radically redefined it, right? So then you know, it starts to get really interesting because there's takeaways, right? And that's why I say like when you can go outside again, there are takeaways that you can then take and apply to another setting at another scale, to another, you know, with another set of tools. And I think that if there's no way for me to think that as an architect, I can contribute to this conversation, because as John said, I mean, there are, you know, computational people, there's people that do this all day, right? Every day, that probably do it much better than we ever do, right? So in other words, we're always late to the game with software. So again, it's like, what architectural sort of expertise are we leveraging, you know, onto this? And I think the idea that you would literally take, you know, Rem Koolhaas's Biennale thing, like walls, floors, you know, all the elements, and you radically revision them, right? Then we have to come up with new words. And I like that.
I want to thank everybody for the fantastic discussion. I think it's provocative. It's interesting that we started with Amanda, we ended with Kumaran, and I think the students have been working in very different constraint this year for thesis, and that brought them to have also different solutions and different vision for the thesis. So I want to thank all the students for the amazing work they've done during the summer. I have to say that this has been a time of questions, not only for our students, but also for SCI-Arc and architecture in general. And I think it's great that we end on this conversation. How do we redefine the role of walls and floors and ceilings? I think we're called upon to give new answers to new questions. I want to thank Jasmine, Martin, John, Gabriel, Alejandro, Anna, and Barbara that has left, but she's been here with us all afternoon, for your wisdom, your support, and for some of you, you've been here for a long time, all day. So thank you, we appreciate it. I want to thank also Hernandez, who left, but was here to see your review, Kumaran, and all the students that have brought their talent, wisdom, and great energy to the entire summer. It's been a pleasure to work with all of you and seeing you grow from students to architects, which happens today. This is the moment. Tomorrow we'll see you all at graduation. Now there is actually a party, a Zoom party for, you know, whatever that means. So you should put some wine or drinks or alcohol or maybe non-alcohol in your drinks and join us on Zoom. There's going to be music and we'll see all of you there. So with this, I conclude the afternoon. I think we are the last team in the entire school, and next to me, where are you guys? So we have to go to the party.
All right.
Congratulations. Good work, everybody.
Congratulations. Thank you so much, Elena. That was good.
Congrats.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see everybody.
Bye-bye. See you, everyone.
Bye-bye.